question is, what housing related topic would you like to learn more about? This could be a housing proposal you've heard in the news, a program the board administers that you aren't as familiar with, or an affordable housing program or approach you've heard deployed elsewhere in the country or abroad. So we'll be asking all staff, board members, and partners up at the table, folks in the audience, since you're here in person, if you would like to opine on that icebreaker, you're welcome to as well.
Very Mexico. Near Mexico City, but.
All right, we're gonna get the meeting kicked off. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Montana Board of Housing, April 13th, Board of Training and Strategic Conversation. I'm Cheryl Cullen, I'm Executive Director of the board. If we just get some thumbs up or reactions to make sure that the folks online can hear us okay.
Yep, can hear you good.
All right, thank you so much, Bruce. So we're going to start off today with introductions and an icebreaker. We're going to go through the folks here in the room. Then we'll just read off the attendees that have joined online. And if any of the attendees joining online has a burning desire to participate in the icebreaker, they are also welcome to. We'll queue you up at that time. So the icebreaker, which I just shared here in the room, but I'll read again, is what housing related topic would you like to learn more about? This could be a housing proposal you've heard about in the news, or a program the board administers that you aren't as familiar with, or an affordable housing program or approach you've heard deployed elsewhere in the country or abroad. So I'll go ahead and get us started, and then we'll make our way around the room this way. So I did recently learn that the state of Montana has been nominated for an Ivory Prize for the Montana Land Use Planning Act that was passed a couple of legislative sessions ago. And so I went to this Ivory Prize group to see who had been nominated or won in previous years. And the one that stood out to me is Florida Housing Coalition's Live Local Act. And so this received the 2025 Ivory Prize in Policy and Regulatory Reform. And it includes a whole bunch of things. I can send out to board members and staff a summary that I found online. But the program that I feel that to me, the messaging really resonated with me was their Hometown Heroes program. And so this is really similar to what work the board already does. We're serving those missing middle home buyers, people who are working but can't afford homes at the price points in Montana. But the Hometown Heroes program in Florida really provides that additional down payment assistance for households whose incomes does not exceed 150% of the state median income. And they're really focusing on supporting households who are working and employed by a Florida-based employer. And we know through hearing from our elected officials and meetings that happen throughout the state is Montana employers are having a hard time recruiting and retaining really great candidates for their jobs because folks can't find affordable housing. And so I just really like the messaging of this program and targeting to folks that are, contributing to the economy broadly, working in public sectors, firefighters, police, teachers. But really it expanded. It can be anyone that is full-time employed 35 or more hours a week by a Florida-based employer. So that's my contribution for what I'd like to learn more about. I'll turn it to Vice Chair Sheila Rice.
Thank you, everyone. Sheila Rice, Great Falls. I'm interested in permanent affordability, both in rentals and home ownership. So when we look at rentals, we have the 50-year affordability, but 50 years, I'm 78, so it seems like a little bit of time. And so I just would want to explore that a little bit more. I know some rentals that we have funded are permanently restricted because the county donated the land or the donor donated the land, so I'm interested in that. And corollary to that, I'm interested in how do we use tax credits to create home ownership that's permanently affordable? And in the past, we've done some tax credit to home ownership, I think primarily on American Indian reservations, but how do we do that so we have this ability to create homes that will be there forever for both renters and for home ownership at prices they can afford?
Excellent. Ryan?
I'm Ryan Aiken, board member from Missoula, and something that I am often thinking about at these meetings is perspectives of the people directly affected. What is it like to move into particularly a multifamily unit, and what effects does it have on the community?
Amber Parish, Billings. I actually just recently heard a presentation in Billings on HB 819 and how different communities are using that money that was set aside during the legislative session, but also too, I sit on the interim planning commission that's addressing the land use planning that our major municipalities were required to do. But I'm kind of interested, out of all that happened in the 23 and 25 sessions, I'm interested to see where that goes and how different communities are implementing it. One in particular, like Lewistown, which was not required to do their land use planning, but opted into the system. They did it very early. They were an early adopter. Like, what does that look like to them now, 2 years later? So just interested to see what spurs out of that legislative accomplishment that we had.
I'm Jeanette McKee, board member here in Hamilton, sunny today. Anyway, mostly I think we could maybe reiterate, affordability crisis is just so critical, and I'm kind of interested in things like zoning reform, kinds of things that, and I don't know specifics on which and ever then we kind of talk about a middle top. What about duplexes, and what about those kinds of middle housing units to consider more in time? Is that a partial solution or anything like that? So, but everything comes back to affordability and truth.
Bruce Posey, board chair out of Billings. We discussed this last night, and it's great interest to me. LIHTC, when it was developed back in the late 70s, whenever that was, specifically said you couldn't be an S corp and participate in LIHTC. Well, from what I've been told, 72% of all banks in the Rocky Mountain region are S corps. So for the rural states, these banks can't buy the product we want them to buy. So we have a project in Miles City right now. The Stockman's Bank can't buy the tax credits because they're an S corp. It's an unfair playing field, and it's very unfair for the rural communities because there's no way. Particularly speaking with my son, who's now working on the buy side with a big national firm, he said, no, we're not real interested in little communities. That's risky for us. Not that they wouldn't buy, but that's just their risk. So unless we can get this S corp, and my thought process, get these S corps, just the financial institutions, to be able to buy tax credit, it's going to get tougher and tougher. Thing in a Miles City or a Glasgow or a Glendive or a Sydney. We need the banks in those towns to be able to buy it. So I'm kind of curious why we still have this antiquated concept and why the financial institutions, meaning the smaller banks, haven't latched onto this and said, we should be able to participate as well. So that's what I have.
Mine came from a conversation on an airplane a couple of nights ago. The gentleman next to me was from Salt Lake City. He is not in the housing business, but he was talking about a project he was familiar with. I Googled it, but I've got more questions than answers. It looks really cool. It's called The Other Side. And it is primarily targeted, this particular development, for people that are in the chemical dependency, drug, alcohol, rehab kind of programs. And there's a home equity component to it, but from a practical standpoint, what they are doing is they are taking land for a temporary period of time that the city of Salt Lake City has available. And they'll have these little mini houses. I saw, when I went to the website, I saw a forklift with a small house on it. So, not necessarily tiny homes, but pretty tiny. And then the idea is they set up a little neighborhood and it's not committed forever, it might be for just a period of time. And then, my question there is just how on earth do you deal with the, logistics of water and sewage and electricity? Or these little buildings and then you move them out and you've got that on the ground still, but my questions aside, it seemed like kind of an intriguing idea, so that you're not having to make the, rather significant decision that we're gonna take these 11 acres and commit them for the rest of eternity with this program, but instead you can kind of move these neighborhoods around almost every few years. Kind of an interesting concept. So on the other side, if anybody can find more out about that, that'd be quite interesting.
Before we move to Jason, and I just wanted to, that was Richard Miltenberger, board member. Rachel, I believe, is online. Rachel, would you like to chime in with your icebreaker before we continue on in the room?
Hey, good morning, guys. Rachel Arthur, Great Falls. When I was thinking about this last night, here in Great Falls, we're always thinking of ways to build more affordable, sustainable housing. And so I guess for me, I would like to know more about funding streams for housing projects like LIHTC, those type of programs that help with different housing projects. So that is what I thought of.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank
Back
you.
into the room.
Yeah, I'm Jason Hanson, multifamily program manager. I guess the one I'd be interested in looking into is the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. And specifically Title II on reform exclusionary zoning, new construction rehab grants, community reinvestment acts, and streamlining environmental reviews.
Excellent.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I'm Jesse Ennis, program manager of the servicing department. I think I look forward to diving into some more changes the VA has coming down the pipeline to their servicing handbook. They're actively revising their loss mitigation measures, couple chapters there, kind of more specifically like a permanent partial claim program. So look forward to seeing the final form of that and seeing how that's going to come into play for our borrowers.
Joe DeFilippis, operations manager for the Board of Housing. I write a lot of contracts for all the different little divisions within our little agency, and I always look at the statements of work and the purpose of the contracts, and I think my biggest question is, and it still is, not only with our Section 8 affordable, the rental assistance, but it's multifamily. I'm kind of lost on some of the language and items that, for whether it's software contracts or, with Jason, dealing with developers and doing the QAP process and things like that. So I just would like to learn a little bit more about it, but yeah, that's all I have.
Hi, everyone. I'm Logan Goldberg, Cheryl's executive assistant. I would be curious to learn more about board preparation for the upcoming legislative session.
I think for me, and on Rachel's note, financing, Montana, it's gotten extremely expensive, and I see borrowers making really hefty mortgage payments. And I know that there's a lot of states that do a lot of different financing that has always just kind of interested me in blending different sources and different opportunities. And I'm just interested in learning a little bit more of things that we might be able to do to keep it afloat. Oh, I'm Vicki Bauer.
I'm Nina Chu with RBC Capital Markets. I've been the bond underwriter for the board for the past 30 years. I I'm based out of San Francisco and we help issue your single family bond. Bonds, period. And I'm grateful to be here and I am excited to listen to what the priorities of the board are.
I'm Jessica Michael, Homeownership Program Manager, and I'm interested in finding out more about earning and spending zeros.
Hi, I'm Grace Berner. I'm a new attorney under Nathan right here. This is day 3 or 4 for me, so I am just soaking it all in. And whatever you're interested in, I am also interested in and interested in learning about it.
Was it Grace?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And I'm Nathan Bilyeu, with law firm Jackson Murdoch and Grant, and we serve as general counsel to the Board of Housing. As far as housing issues that I'm interested in learning about, City of Bozeman has asked me to look into, it's turned out to be rather interesting, other mechanisms to use tax exempt 501c3 financing other than just multifamily revenue bonds to try to facilitate particularly long-term affordable homeownership. And they're talking to some community land trust folks there and looking at some innovative ways to take advantage of that C3 bond issuance ability without any volume cap, without but for owner occupied rather than renter occupied. So we're playing around with that, working with the city, and I'm kind of excited to see what that turns out. So.
Next, a real quick question. So Nathan, I think I heard you say, I just want to confirm that that's not applicable to bond cap?
Yeah, it would all be C3 issuances, and there wouldn't be, the volume cap wouldn't be applied to it. So it would be an ability to try to create more liquidity in the tax exempt housing space of having to soak up any bond volume cap.
We like the sound of that. Yeah. Do any of the developers joining us in person want to chime in? You're welcome to take a pass as well.
I will.
Okay.
I'm Paul Capps with Summit Housing Group out of Missoula. I'm very interested, 2 things. Bond cap issues that I'm concerned about. I've done some of the 501c3 bonds too. It's an interesting play. And Vice Chairman Rice's comments about homeownership, very appealing to me. I've tried to make this work in Montana. Haven't quite gotten there yet, but we have done tax credit, purchase option year 15 in other states very successfully. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity. It's difficult at this point in time to make everything pencil as it should, with equity pricing down, with land costs up. But I think Vice Chairman Rice has a very important topic, and I'd like to dig into a little bit.
Alex Burkholder from Housing Solutions. Maybe expose a little bit of my ignorance here. I feel like we're always kind of on fringe of this one, but inclusionary zoning and how communities can use that as a tool to ensure that there's mix in there. And like we said, maybe it's been set up this long and late to the party, but when I pop my head up out of my own little realm, that always seems like something communities can use to define the future. So.
Tyler Kearns, also Housing Solutions. For me, one thing I'm interested in saying, how do cities buy, sell land, acquire and sell land? Often when we're looking for land, they have property that looks like it would be great for development, but it's probably a multi-year effort to try to actually utilize it for development. So maybe there's something about.
Do we have anyone online that would like to contribute with something, a housing related topic you would like to learn more about? And you can either raise your hand or type in the chat, and Logan and Joe can keep an eye out.
Yes, this is Heather McMillan. I'm actually just landing here in Hamilton. I'll be in shortly, but I appreciate a lot of the things board members brought up as far as opportunities. I agree with Chair Posey about the local banks. It's a way we can help with this kind of volatile credit market and a lot of the other things around the 501c3 conduit bonds, et cetera. I'm excited to hear more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
seeing anyone else that's raised their hand or. Oh,
Cheryl, Drew Page with QTAC Rock, bond counsel to the board. I'm curious to hear more about how the recent change to the LIHTC rules from a 50% of the project being financed with tax exempt bonds and therefore volume cap to 25%. What kind of an impact that's having just across the country? I think you guys are a really interesting case study as a more rural state with a very active multifamily program.
Thank you, Drew. All right, well, thanks folks for humoring me with the icebreaker. It's always good to just get a little bit of something discussed before we just dive right into talking at you guys all day. Feel free throughout the day, get up, get water, get coffee, take a break, use the restroom. We do have some breaks scheduled. We may shift around the schedule if we move ahead or behind schedule. But we're gonna start off today to discuss the multifamily program. I'm gonna turn it over to Jason.
No, I told developers we were starting at 9.
Do we want to break for 10 minutes?
Yeah, because I see some that said they'd be on, aren't on.
Okay, so for the folks joining us virtually, we think that there will be some other developers joining us either in person or online at 9 o'clock. So we're gonna adhere to our schedule, take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back at 9 o'clock.
Logan, yours, thing up there said. No.
All right, we're back and we're gonna turn it over to Jason Hansen to talk about our multifamily program.
All right, been kind of excited for this. We got a lot in the works. So just want to go through to start with our bond pipeline, which we have right now. So we'll go through the applications that have submitted or closed so far this calendar year, which applications are coming in, where they're all at, and see what everybody's feelings are on it. So this first page, so this is different than what's in your packet because we got about $65 million more in bond requests just in the last week. So now we're higher than we were than what's in your bond packet. So right now with applications submitted, it shows $406 million. We actually have one of the Bozeman projects that's on the next slide now has also got their application in with another one that's filling it out as we speak. So that this will change, but for right now it's at 406 million with 2,200 units. Some of these haven't been approved by the board yet. A lot of these have been approved.
406.
Yep.
Just making sure. I heard
406. Yep. So on the bottom here, Anaconda 3 has closed. Rocky Mountain Flats is closing this month. Hidden Creek closed last week, and Sheep Mountain's closing in May. If you look at the Beck, that is scheduled to close June 10th or 9th, and Gold Spur is June 9th or 10th, one of those two. Alder Ridge and Sage are this summer, so a lot of these are closing in the next few months. We have Wildflower 4 will be coming to the board in May, as well as RC3, I think, I'm not quite sure. The Henley will be coming soon. Timberwolf would be coming in May for approval, so we have a lot on the docket, and Heather's saying hers.
5 o'clock today.
Okay, for the 9%, yeah. So a lot of these should be closed just this year, and we'll get to the volume cap and show you how we're gonna get that done here in a couple slides. Any questions on applications submitted so far? Here's what's coming in for project developers we've talked to that have said they will be applying. Blackwood Grove, we don't have any yet, but like Copper Grove, the application is started. Roars Development, they have site control, I believe, on a project. When we get to public comment, I know he is on as well right now. Shorthorn and Benton is the two in Helena that we just found out about last week. They've already got some approvals for site in with the city already. We got Canyon View in Hamilton, Eagles Manor, and Kalispell. We've got a couple now in Kalispell coming in. They got a DDA this year, so they can get that 30% boost. So that is what's spurring a couple of the Kalispell ones. So yeah, that's 423 million for almost 2,500 units.
And as a reminder to the board, DDA is a difficult to develop area, and you'll also hear QCT, Qualified Census Tract. And HUD releases those designated areas every year, and we hadn't had, I think, really any difficult to develop areas in Montana for a while. And now we have quite a few more opportunities. And so if you develop in a DDA or a QCT, that provides that 30% basis boost. So very desirable for developers to find land within those areas.
And what makes it difficult?
I think just maybe, I'm not 100% sure, I'm sure Alex or Heather or somebody can, so I think it's getting supplies or the cost of supplies or the availability of certain things. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The qualified census tract is determined mostly, I think, by the income, the
Yeah.
average income of the.
But the DDA part.
DDA, I think it has to do with income, but also cost of average pricings and materials.
Yeah.
So I don't know all the distinctions on the DDAs.
How they, it has to do with income relative to other areas. I don't, that's a tough, talking about something to learn about.
Okay.
Now
There
we
we
get
go.
tough
Add
to
to the
understand.
list.
But the one thing, usually DDAs are significantly larger than
Yeah.
QCT. So like QCT can be just a slice of the town. Usually a DDA or, that's DDA, a couple 200 to go down. They're larger.
Yeah.
But they change every year and it's.
Yeah.
And some of these bond deals we're getting, they're getting $30 to $40 million of credits. So if you add an extra 30% onto that, that's a huge difference than not getting it. So like in Bozeman, on that south side of Bozeman, when all that land came for sale, that was all in a QCT. So that's what spurred a lot of the Bozeman deals, is because you get the QCT there. And so now with that DDA and Kalispell, we've got 2 bond deals at the beginning of the year just because that came on.
So is it fair to say what makes a DDA or a QCT is HUD said so?
That's,
Yeah,
that's,
that's all that matters.
I'd like to meet the person that
Says
determines
so.
those.
Yeah.
You know, the Bob Marshall Wilderness has been in the DDA.
Yeah.
It is
I
quite
hope so.
difficult to develop.
I hope so.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Any questions on applications coming in? I'm guessing once we get
many of them.
once we get to the volume cap spot, I'm sure we'll have a lot more questions on that. So the next slide is, I guess, just that. So right now you can see the submitted, closed, or intending to submit. We're at $830 million. Montana gets roughly 400 million total in conduit bonds a year. So right now, we're closing deals with the carryover we took from 2024 and 2025. And then 2026, we're estimating if multifamily takes half of that, and then in 2027, half again. Nothing set in stone, but just for this purposes to show you how we can hopefully get some of this done. You'll see there's about through 2027, more than 130 million, $150 million difference. And remember, not all these 4% that come in close. And some of them that we are closing this year have been in the pipeline for 2 years. So some of these could fall off to 2028. And some of them, maybe Bozeman, we have to say the next ones have to go in 2028 to spread them out. So that will be the next slide, is the Bozeman slide. But any questions on volume cap, how this could possibly be done, things, and then we'll get to the QAP also on maybe how we can help alleviate some of this as well.
Jason, Mr. Chair, Jason, when I look at the total on the right-hand side and then the total state cap, I'm not sure what the total state cap 2026 means.
We put that in there, that's what Montana's getting this year.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and that way you can see up above on 2026, it'll show multifamily taking about half of that. So we just wanted to show what Montana gets total and how we're just estimating the 50%.
So that's the total state cap for all bond deals, for
Correct.
any purpose, including housing. Thank
Correct,
you.
yep.
What was about 177,000? Per unit, was that?
For you, oh, I didn't even do that calculation. It should be a little more than that, but yeah, I haven't looked at it. Any other questions on volume capital? Okay. Before we get to the Bozeman, I just wanted to put up here that looking at 4,700 new units to come online. Right now, our compliance department oversees about 10,000 units. So this would actually increase their workload by about 50%. So it's work capacity is getting pretty tight. So I just want to remind board members, when you're voting for these 4%, they also have compliance for 50 years on that we have to manage. But
So one of the things we've been talking about, and this is very early stages of conversation, but, you know, do we try to request additional FTE for the compliance department to handle that workload? Or do we consider, doing a request for proposals to secure a third-party, inspector? And so that's something that we're just over the last week or so talking about internally. We know that other housing finance agencies have outsourced their inspections of their LIHTC properties. The state of Washington, the last I talked to them, they had one vendor that did King County, and then they had another vendor that did the balance of state. I think in Montana, it would be very difficult, economy of scale wise, to get a vendor that would be willing to travel the distances. But potentially, you know, we could carve out Billings and Bozeman with larger concentrations of LIHTC properties for an inspector, a third-party inspector, to come in and do a lot all at once, and that may be economically of interest to a third-party vendor. So those are the types of conversations we'll have. We've missed the time frame for the upcoming legislative session to request additional FTEs. And given the feedback that we've heard through the governor's office, you know, there may be some budget challenges of this legislative session. So we can't request those additional FTEs through the 27th legislative session. And these properties, you know, these other 4,500 units or so, they're going to take time to come online. So we're not in a, you know, staff constrained place right now, but we just want to signal that it's going to get there.
I think we've had this discussion before, but how many current FTEs and how many touch points for each unit? Like, what's the frequency?
sure, right now we have Ryan was our supervisor, and then he has 3 full-time under him for compliance.
Sounds familiar.
And then they go every 3 years. So, and they do 20% of each building. But when these new ones get built, they have to do 100%. So technically by 2028, if you look at the numbers, they will double what they're expecting per year.
Is it appropriate? Yeah. I was just going to add, I'll be having this conversation last week, but that maybe some economy of scale or the way the banks are monitoring projects, the bank inspectors are sometimes architects or finance or inflation has them in-house, but maybe you guys could piggyback off of them or that model. And I know that there's other consultants that we work with that can do inspections as well. So I think creating a kind of scope of work, you can probably get some interest from Montana-based people that have good skill sets.
Absolutely.
I think that FTEs are always gonna be hard. These are gonna pay for themselves, though, right? Like we charge inspection fees, and so there's not really a budget impact, but there's an FTE impact. And I think we're all sensitive to growth in FTEs at any governmental level. So I mean, I think the handwriting's on the wall of this, but probably the third-party inspectors. Great to hear that there's some local people who might be able to do that.
So the next one on here then is, if you remember last year's QAP, we added this language in there. Before the 4% was a first come, first serve. And we put this in last year just in case we're oversubscribed, with staff being able to schedule bond closings irrelevant to the resolution date, but such factors as readiness to proceed, amount of bonds, volume cap, etc. So that was put in last year and approved, just knowing that this possibility could come up, and then we can kind of shift things around and figure out who we need to close and who we have to push back, along with working with the developer at the same time. So
Is this in the QAP?
yes, yeah, that was added in last year's. And last when we put it in, we almost didn't, thinking, well, we won't need that yet, but let's put it in just in case. So the fun slide. So Bozeman right now, we have the first top part is the applications already in and approved. The bottom 4 are the ones that are in process of coming in. So all of these, the top ones are, you guys have all approved all these. They're all looking to close probably by July or August. And then the bottom four, we have, Blackwood is not in yet, but Copper Grove, he has started filling out his application. Woodward's application is actually in. And Roar's Development, I know Eddie's on, so I'm sure he can chime into that here in a bit. So we're looking, these top ones, if they all close this year, the chances are they all come online about 2028, give or take a little bit. So 1,100 units is a ton of units, all at 60% AMI coming online in a city the size of Bozeman at the same time. And then followed up by possibly the next year with another 1,000 units. And I know I've heard from some people where market study people have said the size of Bozeman every 350 units is possibly a 5% vacancy rate. So if you divide that into 2,000 units, that is a lot of vacancy. And that's a narrow window to get people approved to afford and under the caps at all at 60% AMI. So we wanted to have a discussion on Bozeman deals, what board members were feeling. We also want to get developers that are still developing in Bozeman, what they said, and developers that have built and decided to leave Bozeman and build elsewhere. So do we just want to have board members comment and then take public comment after that? Or how do you want to do that?
Yep, I think that would be fine. So maybe we'll open it up to board questions or comments, and then we'll open it up to developer questions or comments.
I'll go ahead and start. I looked at the bond pipeline, the applications submitted or closed, 55% of that volume went to Bozeman. 40% of the actual projects, number of projects went there, 55% of bond cap went there. I had concern on our last time we approved Bozeman. Seems to me that we put a lot of bond money into that town. And being an old construction lender, the one thing I'm always sure of is that construction people get over optimistic. We always end up with too much. And I've watched home builders do it, developers do it, land developers do it, time and time again. I just think we need to be very careful about how much more we put into Bozeman at this point. Nothing against Bozeman, even though I am a Grizz. Nothing against Bozeman. I think we have to be careful about that when we put 55% of the product already there of our bond cap. You know, if you look at that, that's 260, 270 million bucks. That's a lot. And to put another 2,000 units in Bozeman, again, it's a lot. And similar to our single family, our LIHTC, our 9%, excuse me, where we are very conscious about areas and fairness across the state. Because ultimately they're federal tax dollars and that's us. We have to be fair across communities if possible. That's my opinion. I think we have to look at 4% the same way now. We have to make sure that we serve everyone in Montana. Not just the city of Bozeman or California, Missoula, or whatever we may be hitting too much. So that's my 2 bits.
I think, I agree with Bruce on the point of we have to be fair in our distribution. And I think many of us are very conscious of that when we award the low-income housing tax credits. We've never been in a situation where we had to think of ourselves as allocating bond cap, but we're there. I don't think it's our role to say a project's viable or not viable. Like, there's a whole funding stack that needs to go into these 4% credits, and there's lots of people looking at that funding stack and saying, are you overbuilding, or are you not overbuilding? If one of these, if we award and the project doesn't go through, the tax credits come back, like the 4% come back, and we can reallocate them, so to speak.
So if I can chime in.
Please.
They don't. So with bond cap, the tax credits come in. If that bond doesn't close, those tax credits are gone. So if we don't match our bond caps, that's just equity that the state doesn't get.
So that's a really important point there, that there's no recycling, because when low income housing tax credits are turned down for some reason, they go back into the pool, but bond cap never goes back into the pool.
Yeah.
So then that makes it really important to look carefully at all that allocation, because, and to look, as Bruce said, at you know, is this project overbuilding in Bozeman? Because if we award and it doesn't build, that's gone. It's as if we spent that money. Thank you very much.
And something just so you know, money wise, $830 million, about 65% on top of that is credits. So you're looking at another $600 million on top of the 830 million in bonds. So it ends up being well over $1 billion.
And the only way you can access that 4% credit is by issuing the bonds.
Correct.
And so if you don't issue the bonds and the project doesn't close, those 4% credits never materialize.
Right.
It's different than the allocation on the 9% credit where we get a certain amount every year, about 40 million this year.
I would just say, you know, after the legislative audit, there was a lot of question about whether or not members of this board were taking into consideration what needed to be taken into consideration when improving projects. And I think this is just proof that, you know, the reason Bozeman probably got this many was because Bozeman needed, like, the need was there. But I think it's just proof that there's no perfect formula for determining what projects, you know, should get the pass and which ones shouldn't. You know, now, is it overbuilding? Possibly, and we know that now, and maybe we assess on that now. But at the time, it was like, well, that's where the need was. So I think it's just further proof that you can't just make a formula and that's where you determine that the tax credits go or the, you know, bond projects go. So it, you know, just kind of harkening back to that legislative audit that I think they were missing the mark to say that you need to consider this, this, and this. You need to consider it all, I think, so.
And going forward, there's things, I mean, the board can look at deciding, can we say we approve 500 units a year or you know, how many units would be the magic number? You know, do we shut it off completely? Do we just keep going and build what we can? So there's different options to look at what we could do with Bozeman, and freeing up the volume cap at the same time. With the volume cap, do we push, you know, 2020 or new units or new applications that come in now to not be placed in service until 29, just so we can get through all these and spread them out. So there's options the board can look at going forward. We're always trying to get more numbers and see how things are working out and what's closing. So it's kind of a moving target.
Jason, would you mind sharing when developers are calling you now with hey, I'm thinking about doing something in Bozeman?
Yeah.
What tactic are you taking?
So I talked with developers that are actually closing deals this year, and they were surprised there's so many closing this year, and they're not real happy there's that much closing and have huge concerns about being able to fill their units with 1,100 units going in all in the same year.
No, that was my question. What is your council? You've got 4 that are in process. One you said has been completed. And I think you said what you said down there. And I was just curious how you counsel are you free to counsel, so to speak?
Well, yeah, so we just had 375 units placed in service in Bozeman with Westlake and Beaumont in the last 6 months. So we're gonna have a little gap until these get built for about a year and a half or so. So we've had developers call in, I show them the pipeline, and they're like, absolutely not what I build in a town that size with that many units coming on. I have hardly had anybody, but maybe 1 or 2 that said they might still look into it. I've had many that there's no way they said they built. I have developers that have built units there in the last 5 years and have went to build elsewhere and said they would in no way build right now in Bozeman.
One of the questions I have that I was thinking about is, whether it's Bozeman or a Calstrom market, Coast 2 particularly, where's the growth coming from? Where are the jobs that these people are taking? Now, you take a Bozeman and they've had a wonderful growth in their university system. Okay, that's mainly students. They don't qualify for it today.
So when I talked to the city staff, one point they made was all these motels that have come online, all those workers that work there qualify for 60% and under. So you can see how many motels have been built, the restaurants have been built, all that service industry, almost all of them qualified pretty much to be in those 60% AMIs. I actually looked up in Bozeman, I think it was first couple year teachers, you know, on their salary schedule actually qualify for 60%. Especially if you go up to average income and you do some 80s. there's a ton of people there that actually qualify, then almost police officers and so forth, so beginners.
Too.
Yeah, so there's quite a few of those that qualify.
So that being the case, we have, this is the city of Bozeman able to tell us how many more motels are planned, how many more restaurants are planned. Restaurants are a little more difficult, but hotels aren't, they gotta plan out in the future, they're gonna build. That may be helpful to figure out the number of people we may need, that may need these kind of units.
Yeah.
You know, cause I look at towns like Bozeman, okay, it's all service, it's all service. I look at the town of Kalispell, if it's either service or involves some sort of guns. But I wonder, you know, it's not when you look at the buildings of 3 oil refineries that are continuing expanding, or sugar refineries, or big railroad yards, et cetera, where it's a little different type of economy. So I'm always wondering where these people are coming from and how they're finding food.
Yeah.
So it's good to know that potentially the Bozeman is just service oriented.
A lot of it is what they told us, yeah.
So,
And to that point, Bruce, I mean, we looked at doing a market study ourselves just for the Bozeman area. The price came back way more than $35,000, which was more than we wanted to spend on that. But maybe we can tailor it back to put in something like that on who are these people that are affording it, what industries are they coming from? So that would be a possibility looking into that too.
I would hope, without naming names, that our developers, naming names of the people in the units. I hope our developers would be able to say, or QC people be able to say, in general, these are where these people are working, restaurants or hotels, whatever.
And speaking of those, I'll just bring up, so Woodward just put their application in. I looked at their market study this morning and it showed a vacancy rate of 0.6%, which I don't know if anybody believes that number. So some of those market studies are hard to really depend on, because those numbers are all over the board depending on who does it and exactly which units they look at. You know, for a fact, Westlake isn't even fully yet placed in service, so there's plenty of vacancy over there right now. So getting market studies isn't the be all end all the time. It's just depending on who did it and how in depth they got. So,
But what I'm looking at is that, as an example, a couple of projects we did in Billings, I happen to know where the people came from and what they knew. It's pretty simple. So in the Bozeman market, where we have 10 projects, can't we just say, in general, what do your people do for a living? They've got to know.
Oh, yeah.
And so we can kind of get a feel for who's actually occupying these units. Which then, if it is all motels, tight folks, the service industry, then the city of Bozeman ought to tell us where they think that's headed.
Yeah.
But we know they'll be optimistic.
And there's
What
not
cities have to.
all motel. I mean, that was just one example.
No, I understand.
Bruce, I do know we did a bond issue for the hospital there in Bozeman, and I remember the CFO when we asked, what's your number one concern for like the operation of your hospital facility? He said, housing for our housekeeping janitorial staff.
Okay.
That was one, I know that came up there, like, and they're expanding their medical and just trying to put, like, obviously not doctors, nurses that would be qualifying, but that housekeeping janitorial staff for hospitals, they really struggle to staff those roles and put them in housing. I guess they said a lot of them live in Livingston and they commute, but in the winter, that's a problem. Anyway, I was just adding in a conversation.
That's
I
the
knew
type
that
of
was
thing
one.
I think we need to know.
Yeah. Paul, I know, has got his hand up. Maybe he knows.
I was just gonna say, we have a family project in Bozeman. I'm happy to do a survey if the board would like of the occupation of every resident and give you a summary of it, if that would help.
Sure. Yeah.
Since all our municipalities have gone through land use planning recently, as mandated by the legislature, I mean, they're like in Billings, since I sit on the interim committee, I mean, there are pages and pages and pages and studies and like all this information exists. Like, should we be maybe working with planning departments, asking planning departments for input? Like, we had that presentation from Bozeman a couple of years ago when we were in Bozeman, and I found that really interesting when she presented on all the different projects, but they have that information.
Yep.
So
And
Why aren't we going to the people that, like, we
Yeah,
should
we
just?
have been, so the city staff we're talking about is the economic development team, which is City of Bozeman, so that's what we've been talking to on a regular basis, getting our information from, those are the ones that told us, for example, the service industry and named a couple of service industries, so that's what we've been working with in Bozeman to get our insight.
Jason, are these all, like looking at the lower, 4 in process? Are those pure 4s or are they 4-9 combined?
All four, straight fours.
Straight 4s?
Yeah. And the unit number on here is, if it was a 9-4, the unit comes just the 4 side.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, I didn't know if we wanted to wait for the board to have more discussion, but I think this is a very valid conversation to be having. We talked about this once COVID hit and things were starting to change in our markets. We knew that we'd have a volume cap problem soon, and it's showing up here. I feel like Bozeman has, and I am a Bobcat and I'm from the area, and I care about the community.
We allowed her in a room.
That's why she's sitting in the back.
You're used to my logo on, but the reason I pointed out is that there's a couple of things. One, Bruce Brenzel and I had a conversation last week, so I had a primer to be thinking about this. Bellagio and Trinity in Missoula were 2 4% projects that were supposed to be staggered. We had 200 units in each roughly, and Bellagio ended up, because of COVID, we ended up leasing at about, long story short, leasing at about the same time. Bellagio was a little bit behind Trinity. And that was 400 units coming online, same property management, leasing at both. It was not pretty. And we've had to do some unit turnover corrections. We're just trying to fill units, and Missoula has a heavy need. And so seeing 400 come online was a challenge in Missoula. 1,000 coming online in Bozeman, I think will be a challenge as well. I think Bozeman is very popular because of the rents they can charge there.
Yeah. Fair.
And that's how the projects are feasible. So you're seeing what's happening in Bozeman is what's happened on the coasts, right? Like it's the same phenomena, and the developers. I know those shows are really well written, but Bozeman has been found, and developers from out of state, good and bad, you see that as the only market to build in because they can make the projects feasible. And so there's this flood happening. And so I think you guys have to be really cognizant of it and pay attention and figure out some sort of filter, because one, you have now the volume cap issue, but 2, you also then have to layer in the fact that you do have 4 and 9% projects that need that 4 for the whole thing to work that you've already allocated to, or you may be allocated to, so there's a layer of complication there. Market studies are worth the piece of paper they're written on sometimes, so I love digging into the municipalities. We sit on the zoning rewrite and do policy work there because it affects housing, so that interface is really important. I don't know how to pin down exactly how to look at these, but you do need to have a filter and time them, because if that all happened at once, 1,000 units leasing all at once would be problematic, I think. And I've heard for the first time, talking to a friend in Bozeman that has nothing to do with housing, how, wow, they're having a problem selling their condo, because the market's been flooded.
Yeah.
Right? And so how do we really know what the temperature? I mean, the HRDC is gonna know better than we are as a collective, but it's like, how do we keep our thumb on the pulse and then run it up into policy? I say it's a challenge, you guys have to be thinking about it.
And to that point, the other thing to look at, when talking to national developers looking to come in here, and I show them the pipeline, and then they tell me what's happening in other cities. Austin, Salt Lake
Yes.
City, and
Yep.
Denver, you've all had market rates get overbuilt, so where they drop to below the rents of the 60% AMI.
Right.
And then those people move out of YTech, move into a market rate because they don't want the inspections, the income serves, and things like that. So that's another thing to be cognizant of, and you've seen in the paper in the Bozeman Chronicle, rents have stabilized, if you know, they're giving away first and last months of rent, so those are starting to come down. In our QAP, we have where to be approved on the threshold, there have to be a 10% difference between market rate and the YTech
Or you
rates.
have to drop the rents.
But when you have a 2-year workout to get these even in process, those can change by the time they're built.
Exactly.
Jason, we're in Denver and Salt Lake. The delta between market rate affordable is completely collapsed. In Boulder County, Colorado, 10% vacancy and tax credit we're giving 2 months free rent just to rent units in Boulder Town, Colorado. Same thing in Salt Lake, not quite as bad, but Salt Lake rents, we drive around downtown Salt Lake, we see 50 to 75 now with city sites. So it is extremely challenging market.
And why would somebody fill out a tax credit rent?
No, they're going to market.
They're gonna go market rate, it's all they have to do, sign a basic.
I have one asset that we're considering going to 3 months free rent.
And on tax credits, remember, we kind of cap how much cash flow they can have on tax credits, so at a 1.15 TCR, if they have to drop rents.
We're upside down.
Yeah, they get upside down real quick.
We're closing in on being upside down in a couple of assets.
This is a description of an unintended consequence of the overbuild, and I think Chair Posey mentioned it too. Contractors, developers are gonna be over optimistic. So you have to look at the underwriting and look deeper to understand. They're just gonna say that, of course, the Bozeman can support this, and I think that's not accurate.
With the numbers they have right now, but if we knew these numbers for sure all closed, that's a whole different story than what's in the market study right now.
Last week, when you told me the number in the pipeline in Bozeman, I didn't even tell you about the 4 I had to do in Bozeman. And I killed it when I found out 2 of these projects, and there was only 300 units. I killed it. You know, I mean, this scares me to death. It scares me for the family projects that we have in Bozeman right now that are nice assets. But I don't wanna see 10% vacancies in those things. This will cause that.
And Jason, we have what, about 1,100 existing LIHTC units in Bozeman right now, and so this is.
Actually more now, so 2 years ago, we were about 1,100 and we just placed in service 375 and then a couple others. So we're probably around that 1,500-1,600 right now, so we're gonna more than double in the next couple of years then once these come online. So that's tells you right that, and we know Boulder hasn't doubled its population.
And Jason, you've asked the developers when they're undertaking market studies to call us so you can share the Bozeman pipeline and that can be incorporated?
Yeah, but some of them have, yeah, I have. The Woodward one didn't call though.
Tyson's got a question.
Okay. We just start taking questions or comment. Okay. Hey, Tyson.
Hi, this is Tyson O'Connell with United Housing Partners. Thanks for taking my call. The last 3 people who spoke, starting with Heather, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. We're under construction right now on one of these projects, Hidden Creek 4 apartments in Bozeman. When we started that project 3.5 years ago for the planning, things looked completely different. The market studies looked different and the economic reality was different in Bozeman. It's not anymore. And it does scare us. I mean, it's keeping us up at night, and we're still, you know, a year away from leasing up our first building. But we can't avoid the economic realities that are happening. When 2025 new construction started, we've been following this every quarter, and we've hired an independent consultant to look at it. And it was 20% vacancy a year ago in January at new construction apartments in Bozeman. That's dropped down to 12%. But that's a lot. And that's without any of these units coming online. And so I think we've turned down 2 projects in Bozeman recently, but sometimes you have to protect developers and builders from themselves, because we can talk ourselves into anything. We can look at the higher rents. We can look at it's not just the higher rents. I'm not sure who said that earlier, but that is one of the factors. But it's also because there's a big DDA and QCT in Bozeman. So on paper, you can look at it and say, wow, all this land is available and I can make this project work. And then you don't think 24 months in the future or 36 months in the future when that happens. That's not the reality of how a lot of people function. And so Heather's point about 400 units coming online in Missoula, which is a larger metro and a larger rental unit or market than Bozeman, it totally turned Missoula upside down for about 8 months. And that was a fraction of the units here in a smaller community with this 1,089 coming online. That is going to happen. That Westlake property that Jason mentioned was finished a long time ago, and it's a tax credit project and it's still not full. And that's before any of these came online. So we're going to have some some major fundamentals to work through just with the projects here. And that's without any of the 965 coming online later. And that's something we all have to understand. That's a market reality that is coming and we can't avoid it.
Another thing to think of is not the new ones too much you worry about, it's the ones that have been in there 10, 15 years that aren't as nice now that everybody, because they'll be the same rent in a new one or not a new one. So they move out of those older ones into the newer ones. So it's those ones that have been around for a while that get hurt first.
That's what scares me the most.
Any other comments online from developers or staff?
I just think we need to pay a great deal of attention to Kalispell in that area, having been driven there recently. It's shocking. I have no, it's almost that they're almost gonna connect Kalispell to Whitefish. They're getting that close out. And just to gotta pay attention with what you heard from Alex, you've worked in Kalispell. He said,
To Dyson's point, I think all agree. Developers are a pretty optimistic group. There's a line from the original Jurassic Park movie, which is probably 30 years old now. And it's that crazy Malcolm guy, and they're going through how they clone these dinosaurs. And he says, you were so focused on whether or not you could, you never stopped asking if you should. And that
really good.
That saying comes back to me like,
yeah,
hey, this will work. Look at the nice stuff. Look at the.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Should I do this?
Yeah.
So.
We take a long-term view because we manage everything we build. So we're also guaranteeing these tax credits. So we look at this more on a 20, 30-year time horizon and, hey, let's build this, it'll work, let's build it and we're out, because we're not. We're in for the long haul. So it does, this concerns me very deal.
Yeah.
I will say one thing though. I still think seniors are a part of the market that is underserved. And this is a little bit of selfishness because you're getting ready to get a 9% app in Bozeman for a senior project, but a small one. But I do think, for instance, in Bozeman seniors, Jason and I talked about the senior 4. That doesn't really concern me that much. I mean, we can fill up a new small senior with what we have on our waiting list, our other senior project in Bozeman right now. So I'm comfortable there, but I'm very concerned about the financial wherewithal of our family projects in Bozeman with this number of years. I don't know why. And Jason is exactly right. People are going to move to the new one because it's nicer. It's new. It's flashy.
We're talking about Bozeman today. This could become a problem for all of our large communities supporting it. I mean, we're all, you guys have seen us bring in projects of our old projects for resyndication, reinvesting. Our portfolio in Missoula is still nice, but it's not brand new. And so the unintended consequence is already hard enough to operate them, which insurance and everything going way up. The unintended consequences could put some of your other projects in your portfolio, and I say us, our portfolios, because we're in the long run too, at risk. So it's a good conversation to have in a framework that there's other states, like you said, that have dealt with this, because there's PCTs, rents, and then the 25% on the floor. They've just flooded the markets, why the credit prices so terrible right now, right? So putting a framework in now is very important for these discussions.
Is there any other developers online? I know there was a couple said they'd be here today, wanted to make comments, so I want to make sure everybody got their chance to say what they wanted to.
I'll jump in quick. This is Keith James with the Inland Group. We've got a couple of proposed projects you see in the bottom section there, both Belgrade and Bozeman, Copper Grove. The names and the unit counts and the dollar amount are not perfectly accurate, but good enough for this conversation. I don't have a lot to add other than to thank the board for their thought here. This is pretty disturbing. We rely on our own market studies, our own internal work, as well as a third-party study. And a lot of states rely almost entirely on that third-party market study. I'm reviewing ours and the pipeline in our market study compared to this pipeline. and it's vastly different. So someone's comment that they're sometimes not worth the paper that they're written on might be true in this case, and super frustrating. So more than anything, it's just a thank you. I think, interestingly, I don't think you have a bond cap shortage on a go forward basis, right? Especially with the 50% test being changed. But you've more potentially now got an oversupply issue, and what's happening in Bozeman could happen elsewhere with new basis boost areas, QCTs or DDAs. So my suggestion, just as someone that's developed in half dozen states, is reliance on market studies, but certainty of accurate information in those market studies. It's that, it's a penetration rate and capture rate that encapsulates all that is known or potentially coming, right? It's just got to be accurate info. And I think that might be the downfall here. Someone's going off of 18-month-old information. It's vastly different in this case.
Anybody else? Oh, Tyson?
Yeah, one more just to add to that. Again, we've been following this because we have a project under construction. And I may be getting it mixed up, but I think it was about 18 months ago. Sterling, who is active in Bozeman and in Missoula, and whether they're perfect or not, they have a very good focus on those communities. And they had a call about 18 months ago where they said there's 5,500 market rate units under construction right now in Bozeman. That's going to have a major market disruption when they're done. We're in the middle of that right now. And it was a very similar reaction to this. And the market rate developers that were looking at other projects were saying, whoa, we may need to rethink this. We may need to look at it. And some of them were too far ahead, or too far into the deal, and so they just kept going ahead on the project. And so there's still that's something that this doesn't even consider here, is how many other units are coming online that ultimately will compete with these. If you're in Missoula and you, like Heather mentioned earlier, and you had 400 LIHTC units at the same time, 600 market rate units came on, that was 1,000 units. But if you're in Bozeman and you have almost 1,100 LIHTC and another 3,500 market rate comes online, you're looking at over 4,500 units again that will come online in the next 48 months. And I think that's something that, we don't look at a lot on these LIHTC calls, but that is something that absolutely does impact the market.
So we could go to the QAP section and round back as it kind of ties in volume cap, if that's okay. Okay.
If I could say one thing, because we've discussed it. Keep in mind, we don't have financial liability. Developers have financial liability. But we have a reputational risk.
Yeah.
Not only of funding projects that may not work, but then having bond monies not get used as well that maybe should have been. So that's, from my standpoint, where we step in here and say what's logical. Outside, I do think there is a logic to protecting the developers to a certain extent.
How about Heather, syndication costs, cents on the dollar? So say we have some developments that fall apart in Montana. Do buyers of credits look at that and like, oh, we don't want to touch Montana? So does that hurt the overall credit system as well?
I would say yes. On some level, I think we're already fighting an uphill battle in Montana with the credit pricing, right? So any reputational market risk, they want vanilla and they want San Francisco and New York, whatever, but Bozeman. I think there could be another unintended consequence to the market. That's why we'd love to get Montana banks. Glacier's great, but they have only so much they can invest. They have insulated funds, even if they're national funds, and help stabilize our credit pricing somewhat. But we're in an unprecedented time. Back in 2008, credits were taken back by the federal government. We were given ARA funds, we're getting 85 cents on the dollar. we're underwriting 75 cents now. This is like, so you don't want any other unintended consequences impact to the credit market. So you guys have a big job. And this is not that, it's not a full paid gig for the board, but you guys don't need to protect developers from themselves. But you do need to understand the projects well enough. That goes into QAP and the underwriting and making sure that they are good, viable projects with integrity, right? So you do have some responsibility there for your reputation and unintended consequences.
I agree with equity is challenging to say the least. I have, in the last 4 months, helped friends that actually had tax credit awards, 4 of them in New York City, that could not get equity.
Yeah.
Period. Another one in Fort Worth, Texas, last week came and said, hey, can you help me get equity? He has an award, but nobody would commit to the equity. I have one in Colorado that out of 20 LPs that we do business with, I got one that finally did. It's really challenging.
We're lucky Glacier buys credits. That a lot of the 9% projects that got, with Slate are being built right now in a market that would otherwise we would not.
And Glacier's kind of full, aren't they?
Yeah, they're full.
Everybody's full.
Everybody's full. So it's like getting the S corps, getting the other banks to be able to utilize the credit would be ideal.
Fannie and Freddie are looking for bigger deals like the Force.
Yep.
They don't want the small deals.
Right.
Yep.
Nobody wants to operate a 24-unit project in Montana. Like we
So
all want.
would that be a question in May on applicants? How secure are your credits on that
Yeah.
letter?
Yeah, absolutely.
We get a letter that
Like-
says we're very secure.
That's right. But I mean, we're all dealing with everyday challenges. It used to be fun to problem solve. It's not fun right now. It is a challenge. And so we are trying to go down to 75 cents and still build 5 homes, right? Yeah, you should know be able to ask some of those questions. Yes, I think you should put a layer of that in your conversations in May.
Okay.
And especially at application time.
So I think the intent and what Jason and I've talked a lot about internally is just the importance of us being very clear and transparent about what's in the pipeline, making sure developers are aware, our board members are aware, elected officials are aware. This isn't something that should be behind, or secret in any way, shape, or form. So I think maximum transparency is really important. Just, I guess, for the one silver lining in this is that, this is our mission. We want to get more affordable supply on the market so that lower and moderate income renters have choice and have options and have opportunities. And so, yes, this is a concern in terms of pipeline management, bond cap management, looking at the current and the future production in just one jurisdiction alone. But we have been having conversations with the city throughout this process, and Bozeman has wanted this additional supply. They have had a very severe crisis with rental and homeownership affordability. And so to be a renter in that city, in 2028 and have the option of more affordable homes to choose from is ultimately a good problem to have. But we need to manage these things as closely and carefully as.
So I was gonna come back to this, but maybe I'll skip to the QAP because it's gonna tie into this. This year's QAP process, we were looking at possibly maybe 1 meeting. I think we might have a couple more because of the volume cap part. So looking at the volume cap part, we can do things now if the volume cap gets really tight. Last year when the 25% test came out, it used to be 50. So it used to be where 50% of your projects had to be used by bonds. Now only 25% of that project has to be bonds in order to get full credits. Right now in our QAP, we say that developers can go up to 60% of total project with bonds. Many of these projects couldn't close right now without the 60%. But many states that are volume cap constrained are dropping down to 40-45% caps on bonds to alleviate their volume cap problems. So I'm not sure how bad, if we went to 40 or 45, does that kill all the deals in our pipeline or not? But we wanted to bring up that discussion because that's probably going to be the first discussion we have on a public meeting with the QAP process. So I don't know if any developers wanted to chime in just to tell us if that's a non-starter to begin with or not.
doesn't impact us. I mean, we've seen states going all the way down to, said they'll go to 25, but I think most people are settling in between 30 and 40.
Build that buffer.
Just to be safe. But given all of the ins and the outs, I'm not seeing a whole lot of impact one way or another on the lower.
And everything we have in the pipeline right now is 50 to 60, so we have nothing below 50.
I had a primer with Bruce again last week, but I think you guys need to watch this. I think a little bit of staff discretion depending on the projects. It helps on rehabs because you don't need as many bond proceeds. And I say, so it's a no-brainer. I could go to 30 or 40%, potentially at some level, but I don't know. I think you should schedule time where you should have in-depth conversations about it and look at preservation, new construction, how it affects those deals. It'd be a really good exercise.
Tyson up first and then Chase next.
Related to that, I think what happens, many developers are adjusting and can adjust to the lower bond issuance. It does end up, and this is going back to what Cheryl said earlier, you know, the mission of a lot of us is to build affordable housing. You're going to build more affordable housing if you only use, if you have a 25% bond test versus a 50% test. So that is really good, but it could end up putting even more market or more LIHTC units at the same time on the ground in Bozeman. And so I think we just need to think about all that and what different markets are different. Some markets now are back to below 5% vacancy as they were before. Missoula is one of those. You know, Missoula had that push that Heather talked about earlier, and now it isn't in the same oversupply issue that some of these other markets are. And so I would say that, and then I would say going back to the equity markets, it's the hardest equity market I've ever worked in. Just in the spirit of transparency, just like Cheryl talked about earlier, before we closed Hidden Creek, we had JP Morgan, which is the 100-pound gorilla in the room, was our proprietary investor, and they backed out of that deal because of the Bozeman market about a month before the closing. And that's the first time we've ever had that happen since 2008. And we remember what happened in 2008. So it certainly scared me a little bit. Now, we had underwritten that deal so conservatively that it didn't impact us, and we ended up getting better terms, luckily, from the next investor. But that's not going to be the case on a lot of them, because I think that one had been underwritten at conservative terms at higher tax credit pricing than you can get in the current market, where now you're going to just have to accept that there's a very limited amount of investors. The market rate price or the LIHTC per credit pricing is lower. And all of these things absolutely do overlap with each other.
Chase?
Yeah, this is Chase Huber with Devco Residential Group. We are active, have been historically active in Bozeman. We own about 5 rehab projects there, and we own Westlake Heights, which has been mentioned a few times. And we're building Sage and Alder. I share everyone's concerns. I think when it comes to introducing a 30% test or 25% test, I think what's most important for us is not necessarily the construction financing, but the permanent financing, and using taxable permanent financing really has a negative impact on the feasibility of projects. So I think potentially sizing to the permanent loan request makes a lot of sense, or potentially introducing, recycled bond cap to layer into projects during the permanent period helps alleviate that burden while preserving bond cap. And additionally, I think Bozeman is a hot market because the AMIs are high. You have a statutory tax exemption. Historically, that has been the best performing market. There's a reason developers are targeting it. I think these other markets, we're building in Helena, Billings, we've looked in Great Falls, we've looked all across the state. They're not as strong from a modeling perspective and an underwriting perspective to bear the burden of taxable permanent debt. I think Bozeman can, and I think the bond cap allocated to projects in Bozeman should be significantly reduced. That's kind of our 2 cents on it, but taxable permanent debt is about 100 basis points higher than tax exempt permanent debt, and that would put a huge strain on a lot of projects if the test was reduced to a 30% test.
At 30, is that what you said, Chase?
Yeah, that's what we're seeing in a lot of other states that are competitive, is a reduction to 30%. So historically, it's been, you know, the 50% test. Bonds were restricted at 55%, especially in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, some of these other highly competitive states. So that I call it the 30% test because that's probably where it makes sense to size projects from a tax exempt perspective in a competitive market.
Any other comments online?
Yeah, hey, Jason and board. This is Eddie Stars with Roars Companies Development. I'm just going to echo what Chase had to say. I mean, we develop in North Carolina, and this year is the first year that obviously they've instituted something close to the 30% test. And what they've actually done is they've done the greater of 30% of eligible costs or whatever your perm sizing is. And I think that it could, you know, like Chase said, could be something that if implemented in the future would probably be the most efficient way, just based on, you know, having taxable perm debt can be detrimental to the project's feasibility.
And just to add one more thing, I think, you know, Jason, I brought this up to you via email, but I do think the recycled bond cap could be a huge alleviation. It can't factor into the 25% test, but it can be recycled into the permanent periods of projects so that developers can take, you know, 25, 30% tax exempt bond leverage on their construction debt, but use recycled cap on the permanent side to alleviate any taxable permanent debt, which is really the big enemy of underwriting models at this time.
Does recycled bond cap come from where?
It comes from the construction loans. So if you're leveraging 60% tax exempt leverage, which a lot of projects in Montana have used, when they convert to permanent financing, typically the permanent tax exempt loan is not sized to the amount of tax exempt bonds allocated to the construction loan. So that delta between the permanent debt and where the tax exempt allocation was on the construction side just goes nowhere once the project converts to permanent financing. So that delta can be repurposed into other projects' permanent loans to alleviate the tax debt burden on the permanent side.
And we've had discussions. I talked to Jay Jackson at QTech last week on recycled bonds and see, you know, what availability might be there. So those discussions are happening. So we'll circle back. I want to circle back to the Bozeman Park at the very end, but do board members have, oh, I should make sure. Did anybody else have a comment before I continue? Okay. Does any board members have anything kind of they want to bring up in the QAP this year that they want addressed?
One thing I'll mention, from time to time, we'll have an affordable project that maybe isn't directly in our portfolio, but has, you know, a HUD Section 8 have contract on it or USDA RD. And sometimes these projects are older, they can go into a troubled status, and they can cause challenges for not just the folks living there in a project that is in need of substantial rehabilitation, but challenges for the local community as well. And right now we do have language within the QAP that preservation of existing is one of those areas of board discretion. Sometimes we have a particular project, and I'll share a call that we had with the city of Havre a couple of weeks ago. We have a project-based Section 8 project called the Havre Eagles Manor. It went into bankruptcy. It has a bankruptcy attorney or a bankruptcy trustee that's assigned that's governing the finances. There's been interested buyers, but they haven't been able to get through the process with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and through the assigned bankruptcy trustee to come to a feasible deal or solution. The property management staff, our team through our PBCA, so the project-based contract administrator contract that we have with HUD, our staff conduct management and occupancy reviews, MRRs of the property. And then there are separate HUD REACT inspectors that go out and do the physical inspection. This particular property needs, major overhaul with fire suppression systems, elevator. It had one of the antiquated HUD meal programs that I understand HUD finally did allow to terminate. It's a mixed use of some subsidized unit as well as some market rate units. The units are very small. And so there's been difficulty, leasing, maintaining full occupancy, and then having enough income to cover the property operations. So this is an area where the commerce director, who's I believe still online, had a conversation with some Havre officials when she visited the area a while back. And then we had a call with the mayor and some of the law enforcement officials there. Not because of any, terrible things that the property management is doing, but related to just calls and the vulnerability of the residents there and struggles that they're having. But they had somewhere around 470 service calls to this one particular property calendar year last year. Because the nature of the fire suppression system, sometimes the maintenance staff there have to be on a specific fire watch as directed by the fire marshal. So this is the type of property where, I would be interested to hear from board members as well as developers, what incentives or support could we as the board provide to a project like this that is important to the community. The city of Havre wants to see the property rehabilitated and serve citizens there. It's currently, I think, the only affordable property there, or maybe one of the only affordable properties there. So we don't have anything specific in the QAP that would say, a property like this would get, more emphasis, or we don't have point scoring, so we don't do that. But I just wanted to flag that we do have these type of situations come up from time to time. And I want to know what we can do collectively to help support a property like this and bring it back to life.
One of the things that comes to mind is this is going to be a more common thing going forward.
Absolutely.
When we have a 15-year requirement for affordability, this type of thing will happen more and more. And yeah, we should probably have a way to handle that. I think you're right. We should probably think about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. We should put some language in there. We looked at legal matter years ago. I would say the biggest risk there is, well, one, I don't even know how you untangle it from the bankruptcy or be able to secure it. Also property management. Who can do LIHTC, if it's LIHTC, property management in Havre. We struggle every day in Missoula and all of our portfolio with management. So I think that's kind of a hiccup. It's sad. We had problems years ago. So it makes a perfect acquisition potential. Use the acquisition value, leverage the credits, et cetera, et cetera. But if the operations are so upside down, that's just a delicate thing to address. So I think it'd be a good conversation with QAP on how to work with a project like that is absolutely needed to have you patiently work through it and have some securities around funding. Maybe, I don't know, it's a good conversation to have.
Yeah, it will take a developer with an appetite and a willingness to go through some very lengthy, complicated processes with HUD and a bankruptcy trustee.
I think it's a good conversation to have. Now, we will have more of this. We come and talk to you guys with our portfolio improvements of the things we preserve. Buildings surprisingly don't last forever, but we're committing to 50 years. So reinvestment is important in the portfolio because we're already drinking out of the fire hose.
Jennifer Wheeler, did you have something? Gene?
I've talked to the folks in Havre a number of times about that project, and in addition to the bankruptcy debt, and I think it's a good sign that it finally got into a bankruptcy process. Before that, you had some board debt issues that were really local and personal that made it way too complicated and unrealistic. I mean, the assertion of debt and by somebody and whether or not it was really there and what the project would support just didn't come anywhere near adding up. The other reality of those, and you've got a bunch of Eagles Manors around, you know, Glasgow, Lewistown, Helena, Great Falls, some of those, they were all built about the same time. And some of those markets, excuse me, markets have changed so much that the HUD requirements that are on them don't work for either the communities or the projects. And while HUD views them as a problem, HUD won't always agree to a solution that works in a local community. So they, you know, it ends up a problem for the local community, but part of it is really HUD's willingness to go as far as they need to go to change the requirements on the project to allow it to work given the current market. So those are complicated projects.
Thank you, Gene.
So if any developers have any QAP ideas, whatever, if they just want to email myself or Bruce Brinsdall or both of us actually, so we can kind of get ready for the May meeting. We'll get that out to you as well, probably the first week, second week of May.
I was just going to add, I think if we have more time to discuss the cost per unit and kind of the realities of on the ground. We all want to live within the cost caps, but there's a reality of what's safe to project to go versus skinning it up too much. So we'd like that done.
Yep. Okay, let's see, I'm running out of time, so I'll go through these next couple of slides here pretty quick. Just a reminder for the main meeting, you'll get a worksheet for all the 9%. So it'll be a blank worksheet. And that's what you can write some notes on there. So just a reminder, list the development criteria, the same, you know, ones we go over right before you vote on which projects do you think is best in geographical distribution, rural or urban, QCT, and so forth. So I basically put these in here just as a reminder, so you're ready for it when that packet comes out. Tax credit and loan process. So the loan process in June, we people who put a loan in, it's going to be on Zoom, so there won't be a formal presentation. It's just going to be a 5-minute oral. Basically, here's my project, this is what it's about, and then there'll be public comment. So there won't be a 15-minute presentation with slides and so forth. So you'll have the board packet like you do for the 9% round, and then there'll be a 5-minute oral presentation basically, and then you can ask questions and public comments and so forth. A couple things to look at, I just wanted to touch real fast. Or these are the 5 here on the left that we usually have kind of vote on or voice your opinion, which is best. One thing to look at, I just wanted to bring up on loans is income levels targeted. A lot of times in the QAP, we have, you know, we want to go for the lowest income targeted. The loans are going to be a little different, right? Because you can go up to 95% AMI, 75% of the units have to be 95% AMI or under. And if they're not tied to tax credits, most of them are going to be over that 80%. So when you're looking at loans, it's going to be hard to compare a tax credit project to a standalone project that's completely different. So not necessarily is it that lowest income is the best when we start looking at some of those loan programs.
And I just add that 95% of median income, this is in statute. So this is also a legislative intent of trying to provide for more of that, not, you know, within the missing middle. So between that 80 and 95%. And so the elected officials that passed this legislation wanted to see those types of projects as well.
Any questions on how the June loan process is going to work?
How many are we expecting?
25 right now. About $60 million.
And we have, well, 22, right, practical purposes, right? There's 18 coal tax in there.
Oh, yeah, we got 13 million coal tax and roughly 27-ish or whatever in the different buckets of housing Montana funds and so forth. Heather, you look like
I was
you're.
gonna say, you'll know officially at 5 today.
Yeah.
You
5 o'clock you're due. So I'm hoping to have an oral report on exactly what we have for tomorrow. Looks like right now, we probably should have around 11.9%. Thanks to Alex. Alex has 3, that was the joke.
Distribution.
And then remember on the loans, 20% of those projects have to be outside of the big 7 communities. So rounding back, I know we got 2 minutes. As far as Bozeman, is there anything the board would like city staff to look at, talk to, anything like that, kind of information to bring back, next steps? We're probably talking with the city officials here again. We told them we'd bring your guys' comments back when we talk them to the next time, so I just wanted to see if there's anything you would like us to do in the meantime while we're getting them down. Sorry.
Yeah, the same issue I have, where their projection for the service industry.
Okay. All right, thanks for wrap up my presentation.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back at 10:30 to have a discussion about community land trusts and our Habitat for Humanity set aside program. So we're gonna get 15 minutes. We'll see you back here at 10:30. It is 10:30 and we've resumed the recording here. We're now gonna pivot to talk about community land trusts and our Habitat for Humanity set aside. And I'm gonna turn it over to Jessica Michael, the homeownership program.
Jessica, before you get started, I'd like to announce to the board that I'm gonna recuse myself from this conversation because of a conflict of interest caused by the fact that I'm the president of the board of directors of Trust Montana, the statewide land. So all of you know how dedicated I am to the land trust idea, but in this case, having that position and this position creates a duality of interest conflict, and so I'll be recusing myself. But before I leave, I want to thank the staff for the effort they have put into this discussion. Meetings, calculations, recalculations, talking about it. I just really appreciate that effort.
Thank you, Sheila.
And Sheila, thank you. I'd remind all board members that when there is a conflict, you need to announce it, as Sheila just did. And that keeps us on the up and up. It makes Nathan very happy. I'd also like to thank Rachel. She has COVID. That's why she's not here, but has graciously joined by virtue of the video. So thank you, Rachel.
Good morning, everyone. Just like to preface this to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity. My staff and I have spent hours and hours and hours trying to make this happen. So I'm looking forward to the discussion so that I hopefully can propose an agenda item in the next month, 2 months, something like that. So I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts. The discussion today is the existing Habitat for Humanity set aside and requesting community land trust set aside discussion. This discussion outlines proposed changes to the board's existing Habitat for Humanity set aside and proposes to establish new set asides for community land trusts and combine Habitat with the community land trust home to position these programs to best serve eligible Montana homebuyers and the board in a financially sustainable manner. On May 30th, 2025, the board received a request to establish a new CLT set-aside program. The request was to expand the current set-aside rate for Northwest Montana, Kalispell CLT, and Montana Street Home CLT to include all CLTs in Montana. And that request is Exhibit A, which I will not read, but it's in your packet. On September 17th, 2025, board received an updated request to establish a community land trust set aside in the amount of $3,336,000 at the same 2% rate as a Habitat for Humanity set aside. See examples B and C. Again, I will not read those, but they are in your packet. Staff reviewed the potential rate options for a new CLT set aside internally and with our finance team. At the October strategic planning session, Board staff provided the color of money and the history of board policies / evolution of set-asides trainings for board staff. Both trainings were intended to inform and prepare board members to consider future set-aside requests and the board's financial position to fulfill such requests. Board staff met with CLT affiliates on November 5th, 2025 to discuss their set-aside request and requested feedback from our current CLT program loan terms and conditions. On November 18th, 2025, board staff met with Habitat for Humanity affiliates to discuss the current set-aside program and requested any input of changes that may be needed to the existing terms and conditions. We also solicited their feedback on a combined Habitat and CLT homes program. A combined meeting of both Habitat for Humanity and CLT affiliates was held with board staff on February 12th, 2026. Montana Board of Housing recognizes the need for innovative financing structures and programs, including Habitat and CLT models, to lower the purchase price of homes to be within reach of the lower and moderate income home buyers. Our programs are designed to serve. Our program, sorry, wrong word, wrong hour there. Staff also acknowledged the importance of offering differentiated rates for programs which provide additional public benefit. Under the Habitat model, borrowers contribute sweat equity in the home construction, reducing total development costs to ensure an affordable purchase price. Under the CLT model, homes constructed or otherwise placed on land trusts create a continuously affordable stock of homes that are available to lower and moderate income homebuyers when the current homeowner vacates. Over the past 3 years, Habitat for Humanity affiliates have submitted funding requests totaling $10.67 million to the board to support Habitat qualified homebuyers with a 2% interest rate under the board's established Habitat set-aside. During that same period, MBOH purchased 32 Habitat mortgage loans, representing an investment of just over $6 million. Over the last 3 years, the board has purchased 44 loans in a CLT for just over $10 million. 6 of the CLT loans were combined with Habitat for Humanity homes. Our current CLT and Habitat set-asides. Currently, we have 2 options if the property is in a CLT. We call them option 1 and option 2 right now. So currently we have a CLT option 1, which must meet the published MBOH purchase price limits, has a loan to value of over 80% for first mortgage. It has to be insured by FHA, VA, RD, or HUD 184. And the current rate is equal to our regular bond program at currently at 5.375. Then we have option 2, which is our most used. It must meet purchase price limits again, must be under 80% because it's not insured. And no primary mortgage insurance required. Again, that's under 80% loan to value for our loan. And the rate is 0.25% above the regular bond program. So that's currently at 5.625. Currently Habitat, is a little more complicated, to establish a traditional wraparound model under the board's longstanding Habitat set-aside. The Habitat affiliate takes out a second mortgage for the monetary difference between the first mortgage at 2% and the Habitat mortgage at 0%. Then a third mortgage for the difference between the first mortgage plus the second mortgage and the appraised value is also included. See example below of how this is calculated. And also, Habitat loans must meet the established MBOH income limits and will continue to serve borrowers at 80% of AMI and below. The loan to value for the first mortgage, again, is under 80%. It's not government insured, and it must meet RD underwriting guidelines because RD guidelines are fairly stringent. And again, that current rate for us at Montana Board of Housing, that first loan is only 2%. Now we're going to discuss how we calculate all this good math. The lender that Habitat uses figures out how much of a payment the borrower can afford. That's where it starts. The Habitat affiliate goes to a lender and they figure out how much this borrower can afford. Now, according to Habitat.org, this does not exceed 30% of the borrower home buyers gross monthly income at closing. So they figure out how much the borrower can afford. Then they reach out to Montana Board of Housing, and we go to brettwhistle.net to input that payment amount and use 0% for the interest rate. This will give you a total first mortgage and a Habitat second mortgage. This loan to value must be 80% LTV or less of the purchase price. Then we recalculate the payment using the payment amount the lender says they can afford, but calculated at a 2% rate. This gives the amount of the MBOH first mortgage. Example below is $75,153 first mortgage, and that's loan to value for MBOH at 60%. So if we take 100,000 minus the 75,153, we get $24,847 that Habitat needs to keep on their books for their second mortgage. Then there's a third mortgage for the difference of the 75,153 plus that second of 24,847 and the principal and the purchase price / appraised value, which is 25,000. Moving on to CLT home loans. They must meet the published MBOH income limits. I think I already have this. Why is this twice?
And these are
Oh, this is the proposal.
New proposed, yes.
Sorry. Right at the bottom of page 4, new set aside proposals. Here we go. We are proposing for CLT home loans now, instead of option 1 and option 2, that CLT loans must meet published income limits, must be under 80% loan to value for the first mortgage, not be government insured or have PMI. It has to be underwritten according to Fannie Mae DU and be approved eligible. Appraisals must meet Fannie Mae CLT requirements and must align with the board's standard set aside rate of 25 basis points less than the MBOH regular bond program, which would be currently would calculate to be a 5.125 rate. We also propose Habitat loans with no CLT to meet published income limits and Habitat would continue to serve borrowers at 80% AMI and below. Again, the loan amount for the first mortgage would be under 80%. Again, it would not be primary PMI insured or government insured. It would the underwriting requirements would increase the flexibility to use FHA or RD underwriting guidelines. And we would amend our terms and conditions to permit a down payment assistance from any viable source, not limited to just Habitat. So they could go to another source and get that second mortgage. And then with the Habitat homes, we would continue in this way with the rate being 2%. Now we move on to Habitat home loans that are on a CLT. It must meet, our proposal must meet MBOH income limits, not limited to AMI under historic Habitat set-asides. The underwriting requirements would have to be Fannie Mae DU approved eligible. The appraisals must meet Fannie Mae CLT requirements. And the proposed rate would be 0.25 below the board's current standard set aside. The current standard set aside is 2% below the MBOH loan board program, but the proposed rate is 0.50% less. So the MBOH regular bond program rate right now is 5.375. The standard set aside rate right now would be 5.125. And the proposed Habitat CLT rate would go down to 4.875. The above proposed rates with estimated loan production figures have been discussed internally and with our finance team. It was determined that the above rates are financially feasible and sustainable for the board. Under the proposed structures, options utilizing CLTs would be purchased by our master servicer, Idaho Housing and Finance Association, pooled into a mortgage-backed security, delivered to Fannie Mae with the MBS being purchased by MBOH to hold as an investment. Standalone Habitat loans without any CLT may continue to be board to MBOH's in-house portfolio. However, in the future, board staff intend to explore the potential of shifting the servicing of new Habitat loans to Idaho. An analysis of the financial impact under the master servicer contract pass-through rate will need to be conducted. Any future policy proposal to shift new habitat loans to Idaho will be brought to the board for its consideration. Feedback from the Habitat and CLT affiliates on the proposal. During the February 12, 2026 meeting, with Habitat affiliates and CLT affiliates, we all met, and the board staff outlined the current proposals for Habitat CLTs and combined Habitat CLT loans. The board received feedback from Habitat Flathead requesting the grandfathering in of 6 homes in a CLT that they already have going, as well as indications from Headwaters Community Land Trust and Northwest Montana CLT and Trust Montana for 15 Habitat loans in a CLT over the next 3 years at 2%. General feedback from CLT affiliates was that they were pleased with the proposed 0.25 reduced set-aside rate for CLT loans, but they were concerned that Habitat homes in conjunction with a CLT would be at a higher rate of 0.50 less than the regular bond rate, rather than the current 2% rate. Concerns that this may disincentivize Habitat from working with a CLT were voiced. However, Habitat made it clear that they would still work with CLTs. Another concern was that the rate for Habitat loans in a CLT should be set at the same as the current Habitat rate of 2% to be fair to all Habitat borrowers. MBOH staff solicit board member feedback on the proposed set-asides and rate adjustments. Board staff will incorporate this feedback in our continued discussions with Habitat and CLT affiliates to further refine the above proposals. Once consensus is reached, board staff will bring a final policy proposal to the board for its consideration and approval. Should have brought a bottle of water. Thank you for listening. I know it's a lot to chew on right there, so I look forward to any questions or discussion you have.
So let's open it up for board member feedback first, and then we can invite participants here in the room or online to give comments as well. So board members, what say you?
Well, my first question, it's multiple, but if I'm understanding, having been with Habitat before, it's a long time ago. But so they have a 30% rule now, which I think that's a good rule. And they put a second on. And then they have a third, and I assume the third is to take care of the equity so that when it sells, that exists. Or Habitat gets it back in essence. Habitat originally had a program where it was donated labor, donated materials, donated this, donated that. Okay. Billings is gonna build its 100th home, I think, starting this summer. So there is $100 grand being donated to that house. 20 people, $5,000. So that's how they propose. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's gonna cost more than that to build it, but that's how they're raising funds to build this particular house. When we get a request out of Kalispell and they want to build a duplex and they wanted $810,000 for it, I'm saying, where does labor and materials come from? And if the answer is, well, that's just the way we have to do it, then my response is you're nothing more than a contractor. You're competing with the marketplace, and that's not fair of us to say, oh, why you can have 2%, but you have to have 5 3/8. That's not a fair place for us to be. So I am a little bit confused how Habitat actually operates here and how much is being donated. How much is labor. Now, last night, Jessica, you made a comment that Billings operates as a typical affiliate. What does that mean?
Oh, that means they have the wraparound second and then the third, which is what we're proposing to grandfather and keep at 2%. So they operate with getting a lot of donations and making up that money so that they can do the second and that third.
So,
and get these houses built. What Habitat is trying, a lot of Habitat affiliates are trying to do is get in line with a community land trust, put that land in a trust and using that, a lot of that as the down payment, right? Vic? Yeah, using that community land trust land as their down payment
so,
instead of donations and more sweat equity and more donate.
okay. So my question, that's a separate question. My first question is, how can it cost $405,000 if we've got donated labor and supposedly at least some donated materials? Now that for me is hard to fathom.
We did, during our discussions, we found out that there appear to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but appear to be different amounts of sweat equity that are required by each different affiliate and what that sweat equity entails. When I was building my self-help housing house back in the day, I was out there pounding nails for 11 months. They have kind of moved this around where a family member, if it's a joint couple, it can do 500 hours. Maybe one person does only 250 hours if they're a single parent. Sometimes they're putting in their sweat equity by working in the restore instead of pounding nails, is what I got out of quite, and it's different. I thought when I first delved into this was that Habitat for Humanity, the big parent, said you have to put in this many hours of sweat equity. And it's my understanding that that's not the case anymore, that they get to decide how many hours. And they could put it in not on their house, but on somebody else's house.
Yes.
Or put in their hours after they move in.
Okay.
Which is,
Jessica, how is that monitored? I mean, when you say somebody.
they monitor Habitat.
They.
Habitat.
Is there, I mean, are there on-site visits? Is that-
I do not know.
I'm just curious, how does someone know they put 250 hours in or 500 or somebody else did?
I didn't do Habitat, but I did self-help and I just wrote in a log when I was there. But I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I previously worked for Habitat and yeah, you have staff that certifies that they've done the hours, but I think what Bruce is getting at is materials, not labor. Because, you know, in the Habitat model, you also have volunteers that come out and provide the labor as well. So I don't think it's the sweat equity or how much they have to do, you know, 500 hours or 200 hours. I think it's, do they get lumber discounts? Do they get trusses donated? Do they get, you know, paint somebody that paints for free, you know, like, I think that's what you're getting at, correct? And I know the model has changed for Habitats. And there are discounts that certain companies provide them. And it depends on the affiliate and who they're connected to sometimes. But yeah, I think the bigger question is what are they paying for versus what's being donated to these projects? And how does that affect the price of the house and what the homeowner is expected?
Yes, the other thing that, and this part has changed, and I'll say I disagree with it. But when I was involved, you were not allowed a garage. Because a garage meant that was something another family didn't get for its home. And that made perfect sense to me. Now, the 99th home in Billings has a 2-stall garage. So obviously that's changed. You don't need a garage in Billings, by the way, it doesn't snow out there. But maybe things have changed, but what I want to make sure of is that it's Habitat. And we're not just supporting a company that's yet another contractor who has a preferential rate at 2%.
And Bruce, I think that's one thing that as we've tried to, you know, we've met with the different groups and we've tried to understand, and that's kind of the question we keep coming back to as well. And maybe it is that we have Habitat come in for a board discussion at some point so that because the Board of Housing has always supported the Habitat, you know, model, the old school model, but we have seen things change and even incomes increase because we hear from some of the affiliates that they can't put
30, 40, 50% borrowers in homes, and they can't when they have prices of $415,000. No, there's no way they can make those payments. Yeah, they're talking about 120, 140% AMI. So
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we've tried to do is really better understand what the role of the habitats is and what program changes they've incorporated, because, I mean, that old model was great and that was what the board had. That's really, we took it in our mission to support that, but it does feel like they're acting more like contractors, developers, and they're doing it mass projects as opposed to, 1 or 2 houses a year. They're putting up 4, 5, 6 unit townhomes. Yeah.
Chair Posey, we
duplexes.
do have Mary Beth Moran. Are you from Habitat International,
No.
Mary Beth?
No, she's from Habitat Flathead.
Habitat Flathead. She's online and she did comment saying the establishes minimums. We track the sweat equity, the construction team certifies, but I don't know if she has anything more to say on that. So, but she wrote that in the comments.
Well, that's the only comment I have.
Seem to be different. I thought they'd be more
She tried that on you, but
in line with each other, but they do seem to be different.
And I just think we have to be, the original Habitat program was a very good program. Right, the only good thing Jimmy Carter ever did. It was a very good program, and I think very, very well intended. But I think we have to be careful that we're doing that program, if we signed up for somebody.
Yeah.
And if we are, great, if we're not, okay.
So we do have a lot of questions about the CLT, and how that works.
Okay.
So do any of the board members have any history or experience with community land trusts or? Yeah.
So I think what, one of the things that we discussed internally is it seems that, the partnership between Habitat and CLT organizations has been growing over the years, which is fantastic. And so, it was natural for those affiliates to see that we had a Habitat set aside with a 2% rate and to, have these loans, which are involving Habitat affiliates, be within that set aside. But as we see Habitats, scale up and be more involved in establishing whole subdivisions, we feel that that pipeline of these combined Habitat and CLT homes is going to continue to grow over the coming years. And so the question was, can the board continue to offer a 2% rate for an expanding pipeline of these new shared partnerships? And so where we landed is this proposal here, where we want to honor the historic traditional wraparound model Habitat set aside. There are some Habitat affiliates that are continuing to have fidelity with that core model. But we also wanted to recognize the benefits of the partnerships that they are establishing. Have the CLTs, if just a standalone CLT at our same quarter basis point below set aside rate. And then with a Habitat CLT combined, have it be 50 basis points below. So we're getting the kind of the double public benefit. We get the home in a long-term land trust for perpetual affordability, and we're supporting a Habitat borrower who is contributing sweat equity into their home. The concern I think that I keep coming back to is, is that fair to a Habitat borrower? And, does it make sense to have different rates, whether it's in a CLT or not? And I think the bottom line is we don't have, an endless supply of 2% money. And so, this was the best proposal that we felt we could come to as a board, that we can sustain under our bonds. But there could be other options. We could have the rate be the same, but probably not at a 2%, but maybe a 4, 4.5, 5. We would have to run it through the finance team in numbers. But we wanted to preserve that historic wraparound model for the Habitat affiliates who are still engaging in that specific model, while also providing this benefit for this new pipeline that we're seeing.
We also talked about keeping the 2% rate, but then raising the rate for the other programs to offset being able to do that.
Yeah, so if we had an expanding pipeline of, maybe let's say we do a 4.5% rate for CLT Habitat or CLT combined Habitat. is if we can sustain that under a bond issue, that may mean that we would have to charge other borrowers a higher rate to maintain yield and performance under those bonds. So a lot of food for thought. We'll pause, see if there's any other board member questions or comments, and then we'll open it up to people online or not.
I am kind of curious. I've kind of watched this Habitat program at a distance for a year, just trying to figure it out. We might give like a 5-minute synopsis history of the relationship between the Montana Board of Housing and Habitat. I mean, is it a 20-year, 30-year relationship? Is it something? I mean, I'm just kind of curious how it developed.
You know, I think it was back, we've supported Habitat program for years and years and years. I think it was probably back in the late 90s that we started offering like set aside funds. And we funded the Habitat loans because they're done at 0%. We funded them 0% loans for quite some time. As the banks moved away from, and I'm not sure exactly why, but they didn't fund them as much. They came to the board, which was another opportunity for them to get financing for their borrowers. And we did a small set aside. We did 0% loans for quite a while, and then they transitioned to this 2% wraparound model because the state laws were reviewed, and it was determined that the board shouldn't be financing at 0%. So we worked with John Wagner and RBC, you know, they were all part of that conversation, what other states were doing. So we had this wraparound model, and that's what we've offered for quite some time. We've seen that request for funds, the 2% funds, you know, go up, but they haven't done a lot of production. They have never used the entire set aside. You know, it's been a pretty moderate program until recently. Now the partnership with the CLT really has stepped up the building that they're doing. And like I said, you know, that the transition of what they're offering and how they're doing their programs, we are trying to better understand that so that we can determine what kind of production we could see going forward, because the funds and those rates aren't unlimited. You know, I mean, it's hard to come up with that money. We've saved money, our bond issues over the years. We've established reserves within the 50 years that we've worked, but it's not an endless bucket of money that we have to offer.
Thank you, Vicki. That does help. I'm curious, I guess one follow-on question would be, are we aware of the prevalence of similar relationships with other state boards of housing? I mean, is it half the states, 3, or are we the only one? Everybody do it, kind of, not that there's safety in numbers, but that's give one pause.
We're definitely not the only ones that do it and that support the Habitat programs. I think the Habitats, you know, they look to local banks to partner with, and there is, I can't remember the name of it. There is a like national affiliate that will work with the Habitats for buying those loans or offering financing. But like Wyoming, I know they have taken on a lot of those loans. I haven't touched base with them on their program lately to see, they used to operate much the same as we do, but then like in areas like Jackson Hole, they also went to the community land trust model. And I haven't touched base with them in a few years to find out what kind of financing they offer. The Habitats.
Oh. Thank you.
So maybe we can go ahead and open it up. I know Dawn's here in the room, so if you have some comments to share on your thoughts on this proposal, what works or doesn't work, be as candid as possible, and then we'll ping to anybody online.
Do I need to be online?
I think if you just project toward the little owl device in the center of the room, you should be.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah, just speak up.
I'll stand up. Yeah. Yeah, so good morning. My name is Dawn Conklin, and I'm the Executive Director of Trust Montana. And I'm just here to represent the CLTs. So we have 6 CLTs in the state. 5 of them work in particular geographic regions within there. neighborhoods within their communities. And Trust Montana was created to be the statewide organization to get invited into local communities that feel like they can see a real need for how this tool can help them in enhancing their workforce and attainable housing. So I just like to start by thanking the staff and letting the board know they have put in a tremendous amount of work. We are so grateful for the opportunities to dialogue and the engagement and the meetings that have taken place. And then, of course, all of the financial, number crunching. So we do really honor the work that has gone into this, and thank you for that. I'd like to just say, as the CLTs, we really do gratefully accept the proposal of this rate at 0.25%. This is a tongue twister here. 0.25% rate, less than the MBOH regular bond loan program. And we just thank you for that. We do recognize that that will really have a tremendous impact on the work that we're doing. As CLTs, we leverage partnerships, including with Habitats and with MBOH, to develop housing that remains affordable in perpetuity. So we work creatively on our capital stacks so that these projects pencil for us. And we just know that we're all investing in taking renters into home ownership, where they become successful, where they begin to thrive, and where they are rooted in their communities. And so we thank MBOH for being a valued partner, for assisting our home buyers, and for what you do to build communities here in Montana. So I thank you, you graciously accept the proposal that's come before us. If there is continued discussion about the Habitat CLT, partnership, I'd just like to let the board know that we are here to continue the discussion and to answer any questions as to how we operate. Thank you so much, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Do we have any attendees online that would like to provide any comments about the discussion item?
We did, Mary Beth Miranda is having some issues, audio. She said earlier, about 10 minutes ago, she did. Mary, I'll just read off what you stated, and then if you want to put it in the chat too. She said, we're still the traditional model with sweat equity and a broad base of volunteers and donated services. However, we often have to sub out services like roofing and such that has become increasingly expensive. So, and then I don't know if she's gonna write some more, but I will let you know and if she does.
So I want to understand this with the CLT. So Habitat does a first for 30%. 30% of the income.
Oh, okay.
Of their income, whatever that loan amounts to. In your case, it was $75,000. Then the second, they have to get from somewhere. From somebody, whether that's their own funds.
That's our proposal, is to open it up to them so that they don't have to keep the second in their house. They could use NeighborWorks or some other second mortgage.
And that's the Habitat proposal. So the current Habitat set aside indicates that the Habitat affiliate needs to be putting that second down. And we've heard from some Habitat affiliates around the struggles of putting those down because those tend to be forgivable. And so you're losing money on every transaction, and that's hard for it to be sustainable. So in this proposal, we're suggesting to open up that down payment assistance box to any viable source that they could use, not necessarily just a Habitat. But for the CLT, the example in that that Jessica ran us through, that's how the Habitat models calculate the mortgage for under the current wraparound traditional program. What we heard from CLT affiliates is there is quite a bit of variation on how purchase prices are set based on local conditions, whether it's an existing home or a new construction. And we tried to talk a little bit on, is there a way that we could standardize how CLTs are approaching that? And it seemed that there wasn't any clear way to provide some sort of standardization on how the CLT programs are setting the purchase price limits and the mortgage amounts for their properties.
Well. Okay. But in the Habitat, the CLT model benefits Habitat. To benefits. Because they'll still use the 30% of their income to establish the loan amount.
Yes.
But now they don't have to come up with whatever the land value is.
Yes.
So really, the CLT model is not necessarily a benefit to the homeowner. It's a benefit to Habitat. Because they have less money to come up with. So I think we need to get where the benefits lie.
Right, and
I
there's
think
still,
it's CLTs. It's just in the Habitat model, the benefits go lie with the affiliate. Because they don't have to fund that.
and there's a lease payment for that one.
Okay, so now there's an additional, does the lease payment now go into the 30% figure?
I do not know.
See, that'd be the other thing.
Right.
To know, because if it does, now it's not necessarily, it's a benefit to Habitat, but not a benefit to the homeowners. And now they're paying more. The other question I have, which we've discussed in the past, and I don't know enough about it, but CLTs are nonprofits, correct? And is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so as I was discussing a little earlier, what happens when the CLT fails? What are we left with? I don't know the answer to that question. What are we left with? If we have a bunch of loans in a failed CLT?
And we have had that discussion, I don't know if my staff is on. I asked them to be on.
I'm just curious what
Yeah.
happens, because I think we have to plan for the inevitable.
One of the questions we asked all of the affiliates, the CLTs, because we've partnered with Habitat for a long time. So if the borrower goes in delinquency, we know who with that Habitat affiliate to call. We know that they're working with them. In CLTs, we needed to get that education ourselves a little bit and kind of what happens if there's a delinquency. And my understanding is that in a combined Habitat CLT model, the Habitat wouldn't be the partner that we would be working with necessarily if the borrower were to go into delinquency, but we would be working with the CLT. And they have various regulations within the CLT to, offer the home to another eligible home buyer. So then we can, have that continued public benefit. And maybe I'll turn it over to Dawn, who's in the room, to add any other particulars for how you guys do it at Trust Montana.
Yeah, I would just add also a really important part of a CLT is that stewardship piece. So we're stewarding this home in perpetuity so that it does stay forever affordable. And I think that's a great thing with the Habitat home. So they put all this donation and philanthropic money into it and sweat equity. With the CLT, we're now saying that this home will forever be sold to income qualified people. So that's a good piece. With the stewardship piece, we all have a stewardship coordinator on our staff. And we are a tremendous resource for those homeowners. If they're, anecdotally, like during COVID, there was less than 5% of a mortgage, foreclosure during COVID, because we have the resources to work with the families. If they get into trouble, we are there to help them and to figure out a way forward as a team. So we have that. So the other question is, what would happen if a CLT had to fold? So like any other nonprofit, we would hand our assets over to a similar type organization that would continue to work with the assets that have been accumulated.
And then, yeah, Jim Neary, one of Jessica's staff on here says, we don't know yet, to Bruce's question about that. And then Kimberly Morisaki said the CLT lease payment is typically anywhere from $25 to $50 a month. And the lender does include that amount when they are evaluating the home buyer's ability to manage the monthly cost of the PITI plus the lease plus homeowner HOA dues. So
it is factored in.
Great,
that's-
thank you.
yeah.
Well, no, it's not factored in. The lender factor. Yeah, this is what did Habitat do with their 30%? They say it can't be any more than 30 for their payment. That's fine, but are they gonna throw in the lease on top of it and anything else on top of it? That's a question I'd like to know, because then if we're doing it, we're doing a disservice to a certain extent to the borrower. Because they're getting a higher house payment. They get things added on, so I like.
Yeah, I'm writing down your questions, so I can have the answers next time.
There was one more comment in there, and it was from Mary Beth Moran again, and she had stated that. I can't remember if I already did. We are very happy to continue to work closely with the CLTs, and even when we don't build on CLT land, we give them first right of refusal on all of our houses, and we cap our equity, the shared appreciation, the same way they do, so that we can make sure that all of our houses go into the CLT on resale. So let you know that too, so.
We also ask questions on, you know, if a loan were to go into foreclosure, and these are uninsured loans, what are the financial resources of the CLT affiliates? So that the board wouldn't be kind of left at the end of the game, holding the bag. And from my recollection, it sounded like all of the CLTs that we spoke with had some level of a foreclosure loss reserve that varied. Maybe they could cover 1, 2, or 3 loans at a time, or homes. But as far as like being able to do something if something massively went astray, there may not be sufficient financial reserves for a really large failure in some way.
Yeah, in the habitat model, you're not gonna have a loss. I mean, we foreclose it, you won't have a loss because the LTV will be too low. The second will go away and the third will go away, we'll have the problem. So it's under the regular, the land trust that we could have the issue. We went through this issue of shared appreciation mortgages in this valley. And we walked away from everything. Because the valley went south, and this is with teachers, was it not?
Yeah.
And, you know, they couldn't sell it. I always just laugh, every house in Victor was worth $50,000. Because they were all for sale, right? I just think there lies what you're getting at, I'm trying to get with the actual CLT. Because now we're at 80%, was that the number I saw? Max 80% loan to value?
Yeah.
And the max 80% loan to value, I will know will not cover a foreclosure.
Yeah.
I like to think it would, but I know if things go south, it will not cover a foreclosure.
Right.
So it's just something we have to be aware of. And so the fact you've looked into it, I think is good. You know, yeah, we've got some reserves that we can assist, but they really don't have any responsibility back to us. It's our first mortgage. You know, am I not correct, Counselor?
You are 100% correct.
It's our first mortgage and we are technically ones holding the bag. Maybe it's not a big risk, but it's a risk you recognize. Again, I think with the habitat bond, there is no risk. Loan to value is too small. That's a simple deal. We assume if we take it back, have to make the lease payments. We have to make whatever else is necessary to the land trust, because now we're owning to them. We have the property. And then I think I would also assume we go to sell, we have to sell under their rules, which I don't think is a problem. But I think those are all things we need to look at. And the concept is great. Let's help get people in. But the fact of the matter is there's a lot of side notes that probably need looked at.
Other comments online? Do we have any other Habitat or CLT affiliates online?
I just have one question around property taxes on the CLT, just since we have, it wasn't a conversation that we, or information point that we brought up in the conversation that we had with CLTs, but are the property taxes on the CLTs the same as if it was a single family home? A fee simple?
This is Kim Morisaki. Can I address that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Kim.
So I'm in the Flathead Valley and run the Northwest Montana Community Land Trust. And my understanding is that in the Flathead, we have a little bit of a different arrangement on property taxes. And again, this kind of depends on each CLT's relationship with their county to some extent. In our case, the homeowner does in fact pay the property taxes on both the home and the land. That has always been our policy because our thought process is the families living in those homes are enjoying the same benefits as their neighbors that come from paying property taxes. And so they should be responsible for that. But we have pretty regular conversations with our local Department of Revenue folks, and they do take into account the fact that in our case, there is basically a restriction on what those homeowners will ever be able to sell those homes for. In our case, it's 100% of what they paid for the home, plus 25% of any increased equity during the period of home ownership. So those home prices in relation to the market are typically always going to be much less. So they do take that deed restriction into consideration when they're setting property taxes, which is a very probably unsatisfying answer in that there's no clear formula as far as I know.
John, is that similar for Trust Montana, or is the homeowners only paying on the improvements?
Homeowners are only paying on the improvement. Trust Montana works with the Department of Revenue to get the land exempt because it's owned by a nonprofit. For the taxes on the home, similar to Kim, we work with each municipality in helping them to understand that these are equity capped and to not put the same value of a tax base onto a home where they can never go out and sell this into the open market at that rate. So to limit it to the amount of what that house is valued at in the CLT.
Awesome, thanks. So I want to acknowledge that, as Jessica outlined in the memo, we've, had these requests pending for a good long while, and we've put many, many hours into it. But I want us to try to move forward with some sort of proposal we can bring to the board for your review and approval, so we can get going on these and help provide some, predictability and stability for the kind of habitat CLC pipeline that's coming through. Based on what you've heard today, is the board amiable to us presenting this as an agenda item for your approval at these proposed terms? Or do you feel like we need to go back and do some additional work and answer some specific questions? In the meantime, we do have some, there are some gray areas with the way our current terms and conditions are written, where it hasn't been 100% clear that it has to be a habitat second on the home. And so we have made some case-by-case exceptions for loans that have come in that have had a DPA from an alternative source. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware that we do need to do some work on the terms and conditions, either to move them to what we propose now, or to do some wordsmithing on what we currently have to make it really clear what the parameters are. But do we want to go through with bringing this back at the May or June board meeting as is, or is there alternative recommendations the board would like the staff to consider?
Here's my question is still, how do you feel about the habitat with the CLT rate being more than 2%?
I think the CLT rate should be the CLT rate.
Whether it's habitat or not.
Yeah, that's my opinion. There, in theory, again, the people really get the benefit. It's the habitat theory. So I would have whatever the rate's gonna be, let it be. I do have a question that we should look at though. If we potentially intend to sell this portfolio to Idaho, I'm assuming that Idaho isn't gonna write us a check. We're gonna put it in some sort of security.
Yeah.
Fannie Mae eligible, Freddie Mac eligible.
That's what we're proposing is Fannie Mae.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So-
CLTs that we are currently purchasing are being, are going to Idaho, pulled into a Fannie Mae. And
So the 2% deals could go Fannie Mae.
That it's still up in the air.
Yeah.
Idaho's looking at whether or not they can do a pool of 2%.
The CLTs can go,
But it's-
by principle, they can go regardless of the rate, right? The rate is set, correct? Yeah. But the.
As
Okay.
long as it's, I think they talked about a 3% minimum right now, and he was, the guy doing the pooling was gonna look at the possibility of doing the 2%. That's where the 3% for, I think.
And as a reminder, our contract with Idaho, the pass-through rate, so the income that we would get for loans that are delivered to Fannie is lower than what we get for loans delivered to Ginnie. So that's another financial impact to be aware of. And at what was requested from the CLTs, the amount and potentially the loans to grandfather in, we have to explore that a bit with the finance team, but I think that that's feasible. If the pipeline grows considerably, then that differential in that pass-through rate will have a cumulative financial impact on the board over time.
Sorry, Mary Beth, just a few minutes back, she was talking about short of following the 30% discussions. She said Habitat doesn't get any benefit from building on CLT lands. We still have to raise approximately 280 to 350K to build the house. The advantage is to working with the CLTs is that they don't have to put the land into the price of the house, and it makes it easier to find qualified buyers. So that's just more comments from Mary Beth.
Mary Beth, the 30% is how much the lenders figure out what the borrower can afford for payment.
Right. Okay. So the other thing, the other thing that I think to always be aware of. You brought it up, Cheryl, is that when we enter into one of these things, we are going to benefit somebody that potentially be disbenefit, if you would, of someone else by raising their rates. Because we need to, because these are lower. Sorry, you have to pay them. That may not be real palatable at times. And it also may not be real palatable to some that a CLT doesn't pay real property taxes. So those are all things that we as a political body should at least keep in mind. That are, I think, significant to many of our legislators, shall we say. Just my 2 cents.
Well, I'm just, you guys have done a ton of work. I've come along with. And I think enough with Bruce has valid questions that you've been writing down. I'd like to have, of course, those answered. I'd like it to be brought back, if it's May, if you can do that. And the board can make a final decision. There's a ton of good stuff here. And I appreciate you weighing in. It was very helpful. Stuff that I'm not familiar with. I haven't been involved with Habitat. But that would be my recommendation as a board member to, yes, stay the course, answer the questions, bring it back.
I share Bruce's concern about who is really getting the benefit of this problem. And yeah, I'd like to see how this translates into a benefit to the home buyer.
The other thing we've talked internally is we could bring in either National Habitat or there's a kind of a national CLT organization, as well as maybe Don or Kim or other people that work in the space, to have a specific board training, both about what is the current Habitat model, what is the CLT model, and just have some base level setting and education and training for all of us at a future board meeting. So if that's of interest of the board, I think we could work on putting together a training panel specific to that.
Great idea.
Great idea, super. And very uninformed, truthfully, when it comes to this.
Yeah, it's
a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. I'm still trying to get my head.
Yeah, it's a lot, and yeah.
So we're staying right on schedule. Jessica, any final thoughts, or you've got a lot of questions written down, so we'll work to answer those questions and then polish this up as a board agenda item, at a future meeting. If we can get it done by May, it might be a little tight because of the timing of the May
Well,
meeting.
yes, May was just
But
a-
maybe by June,
Nathan,
So
I can
not-
ask, is there any legal issues that you're listening to, hearing about? Is there something that is?
Well, I think the key thing, and I mean, these have been brought up by a number of folks, but it's just to the extent, and it really goes to Bruce's point, that you're making a policy decision, which, I mean, even just by doing a set aside, right? Like you're creating preferences for a certain subset of potential applicants or borrowers. And so we need to ensure that there's a reasonable basis in the record, like you're actually making some factual determinations who's benefiting from this. Are the folks who are benefiting from it, the individuals for which the Board of Housing has a duty to, right? So we just want to make sure that that happens, that the policy is adopted with findings in the record that justifies the determination, because by doing a set aside, you are, by the nature of a set aside, reducing the amount of available funding for other potential borrowers. So we need to make sure that this is not just, the benefit is going in the direction the board thinks that we have actual facts that justify that, where if it was ever challenged, the standard of review, there'd be deference, but it'd be what's called an arbitrary and capricious standard of review. Do you actually have facts that have justified this? Or is it just kind of we're aware of this organization, we think it does good work, we need to have solid evidence. And if you do, you're gonna get a fair bit of deference in determining exactly how to structure and allocate set asides.
So would you weigh in legally prior to, or does that those things are either so or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Concerning?
Yes.
That was
Yep.
right, yeah, like that, just so.
And I do think that for the record, the questions have been asked have been great. And I think, to the extent we get those questions answered, I think you're going to be able to go a long ways towards, and I think during the board discussion, we probably want to have some specific discussion around the benefit and ensure that Brian, Bruce, and others' questions that have been raised about how exactly is this benefiting the homeowners that we want to benefit. If we can have those discussions that be reflected in the minutes, I think we'll get there. I think these are the right questions.
Jason Sackman, he's the Habitat CEO in Bozeman. He said he was happy to attend any future meetings and answer any additional questions. Thanks to everyone for the hard work to get us to this point.
well, I think it's 11:30, and so we were gonna have conversation about hazard insurance policy. We're good on CLT Habitat.
So I'm doing just another discussion or an actual board agenda item that's in June.
I think we will probably need to put together, like, here's the questions and answers. Go through that and discuss, and then we could have an agenda item to vote on. And we'll want to talk with Nathan on if we do it same day, or is it more appropriate to wait and do it at a subsequent board meeting in case we just want to have people deliberate over it a little bit, so it doesn't feel forced or rushed. And in the meantime, I think we'll continue to work with the CLT and Habitat affiliates on the loans that are coming in for the pipeline, within our current terms and conditions, and
More than likely, it's probably a June,
more
really
than likely.
decision on the agenda for that.
That's what I'm thinking, because I think our deadline for board materials for the May meeting, since it's early, is only like 2-3 weeks away.
Question,
So.
all of that.
Before
I can do
we
it.
bring Sheila back in, if we're.
Yep, let's go.
Yes, by all means.
Yep, let's bring Sheila back. Thank you so much. Don.
She was out.
Thank you so much, Don.
Oh, yeah, you were. No, yeah.
Yeah, you see how like all the lines of times.
No, it's a flight test.
My bad.
Oh, she will provide. She's like, oh, she's.
She said,
Yeah. Trust.
mostly like, if you look at mine.
We'll go ahead and mute ourselves here in the room. We're just waiting for Vice Chair Sheila Rice to come back in so we can start the next agenda item. We'll be right back online in just a second. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay, we have everybody back in the room now, so we have one more item before we'll break for lunch, and I'm gonna turn it over to Jesse Ennis to walk through our hazard insurance policy discussion, and Jessica Michael will also be chiming in. This is kind of a shared policy discussion as it is part of our homeownership policies as well as our servicing policies. Jesse, take it away.
Awesome, thank you, Cheryl. So to kick off the hazard insurance policy discussion, just want to touch on the fact that hazard insurance premiums are rising on a national level, and Montana is no exception. These increases are directly related to higher construction costs from inflation combined with shortages in building materials and labor, frequent and severe weather-related events resulting in more payouts for damages, and increases in reinsurance expenses, which are passed on to the homeowner. Other factors include increased property values, contributing to increased replacement costs, increased frequency of claim history, as well as borrower credit scores. Challenges associated with the rising costs of insurance included in the Phase 3 report published by the Governor's Housing Task Force in June of 2024. See recommendation number 20 in that report. And I think that starts on page 65 of that report if you click on that hyperlink. The Montana Board of Housing mortgage general terms and conditions for the MBOH, MBS regular bond loan programs, which is considered part of the mortgage purchase and servicing guide, last updated in October 24, includes the following policies and exhibits pertaining to hazard insurance. And in short, it talks about the maximum deductible amount is the greater of $1,500 or 1% of the dwelling coverage for all perils, except wind and hail. Wind and hail insurance can be the greater of $2,500 or 1% of the dwelling coverage. And that language is replicated multiple times in the terms and conditions. Then moving on to the servicing policy manual approved in May of 2023, has similar language. It speaks to the deductible shall not exceed the higher of $1,500 or 1% of the face amount of the policy unless a higher maximum is required by state law or investor. And again, that language is replicated multiple times in several sections within that policy manual. So just a quick summary of some of the challenges with the current policy. Borrower compliance with the MBOH hazard insurance policy has resulted in the unintended consequence of higher annual premiums. These increased premiums create escrow shortages and raise the risk of delinquency due to higher monthly payments, which the borrower may not be able to afford. Of the 5,850 loans in our board's servicing portfolio, approximately 220 borrowers now have force-placed insurance. The number of borrowers on force-placed insurance has continued to increase in recent years. While there's concern that borrowers will be unable to afford a higher premium, staff's frequently seeing policies with a $5,000 deductible or more. This is already a challenge for some borrowers with the board's current $1,500 or 1% of the face value as a max deductible limit. Only 95 borrowers have an active insurance claim, which is roughly 2% of our portfolio. The vast majority of our portfolio may never make an insurance claim and realize the benefit of a lower deductible. But all borrowers are currently impacted by the higher premiums charged by the insurance companies to comply with the current policy. And it's important to note the longstanding deductible threshold has served us well since its adoption. However, evolving market conditions within the insurance industry now necessitate an update. Revising this policy will help ensure our borrowers can balance affordability with coverage that remains adequate and sustainable. Allowing this change would align with industry standards, give more flexibility for the borrowers to shop the most advantageous policy for them, with likely benefit of lowering their escrow portion and their overall monthly payment. So moving on to the Fannie Mae hazard insurance policy in Chapter 7, the minimum coverage amount is full replacement cost, and the hazard max deductible within Fannie Mae is 5% of the policy face amount, and that applies to all perils, fire, wind, hail, etc. Other housing finance agencies, Idaho Financing Agency. Their minimum coverage amount is equal to the loan amount or replacement cost. And their hazard insurance max deductible is 5% or $10,000, whichever is less. So our current proposal, staff recommends the board approve like a proposed update to the general terms and conditions for the MBOH MBS regular bond loan program, a part of the MBOH mortgage purchase and servicing guide, and the MBOH servicing policy manual hazard insurance policy as follows. Update our deductible guidelines to mirror the Fannie Mae guide and IHFA's policy by increasing our maximum deductible to 5% of the policy face amounts or $10,000, whichever is less. This would include all perils such as fire, wind, hail, etc.
So this is for discussion today, and you'll see it again on the agenda tomorrow. We wanted to talk through it with you guys before you're making a vote on it. So thoughts, questions about the challenges that we're in and what we're proposing to align us to what others in our industry are doing. I will add that we have, I think it's at least one insurer that is it USAA? They don't even offer insurance policies with deductibles less than $5,000. So that's impacting veteran borrowers that we already have in our program.
Well, this problem's nothing new.
Yep.
I had this problem 30 years ago.
Right.
My question is, what is the FHA VA policy these days?
FHA and VA don't have policy, correct?
Yeah, just the Fannie Mae guidelines that drives it.
My experience in the past, though, FHA would come back and say, you should have repaired that, you're responsible. Right, goes in foreclosure, the roof shop, you know, FHA said, your problem, sir, not our problem. You allowed this to get by. I had a VA, fortunately I handled it right, but where the highway took a chunk of the land. We forced the veteran to pay the loan down, was not very happy. We foreclosed that property later on. VA was gonna make us pay it till I found out that we had paid the loan down. So I think we need to be a little careful when we say, well, it's whatever Fannie says. Well, Fannie and the FHA are not the same organization. And we may have liability there we don't want. Whether 5% or 10,000, we can argue that 1,000 times. What's gonna happen, and at least what I'm told is that contractors work around the deductible and somehow everything works out. Never having had much to do with that, I don't know. But if this is the standard in the industry, I think stop butting our heads against the wall. I mean, like I said, it's been 30+ years. We used to do like 250 years ago.
500 for years and years and years, yeah.
And the whole insurance has been, if there was one part of my mortgage service that was a problem, there was always compliance on the insurance.
Yeah.
Because we were forever struggling with bringing everyone in compliance. Particularly condominium associations.
Oh, yeah.
So my own opinion is just go with the industry. Stop butting our head, getting bloody heads all the time. Let's move on with the industry's doing.
And I guess to your point, Bruce, if we do bump them so that the house payments are more affordable, maybe there won't be as many loans going into foreclosure that we have to worry about FHA and VA not taking back because there's problems with the house. So maybe we'll solve a little problem of our
And I think to Nathan's point about who will be benefiting, or they're benefiting 95% of our portfolio, right?
Right. Yeah.
So maybe we should think about who we're benefiting.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Other board member comments or feedback?
I just would echo what Bruce said. The industry's changed. Years and years ago, I tried to get my homeowner's insurance to increase the deductible substantially. They wouldn't do it. Said, no, I'm not gonna let you. They wanted to sell the low deductibles. Years later, they came back and said, hey, how would you like $5,000 deductible? And with what's happening right now nationally, particularly in the Mountain West with, fire insurance, it's just, I think we just gotta go this direction. Good work. Yep, thank you.
Do we think if we adopt this, that it'll become the default, that most homeowners will do the $10,000?
I think it more or less just give people flexibility, because there's a fair amount of borrowers that probably want a lower deductible and can stomach, that premium, but I think we had about 1,700 loans that had a shortage this year when we did escrow analysis, and I think roughly 110 of those were like $2,000 or more. So those people would definitely shop around and find something more affordable, but so, yeah, I think the chunk would shop it around, but probably not everybody.
I think for me, the concern was seeing the growing number of folks on forced place insurance, which is neither good for the borrower nor good for the board. And so to provide options so folks can find more holistic, better coverage, I think is a win-win for everybody in this scenario.
I think I can move with it.
Jesse, do we know of this 220 or say forced place?
Yep.
How many of those do you damage on the house? Were no one insured?
Oh, I don't know an exact number on that. I can get that for you. It's a small handful though.
Okay.
Yep.
Because keep in mind, it's not always pretty.
Yep.
Sometimes there's a roof that's so bad, no insurance company would touch it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And so we have to first place it.
and we do have that on some of those homes where they have an exclusion. Or actual cash value, which we don't allow. It has to be replacement coverage, but roof, they can either in roof and fighting, so they'll do actual cash value as opposed to the replacement on those. Interestingly enough, Fannie Mae just enacted a actual cash value acceptance on roofs only in their newest guidelines for hazard insurance. We're not considering that I'm aware of, but
Right.
Fannie Mae did go to that.
Any,
What does actual cash value mean?
It means that I think it's that they value the roof at less than what it would be under a replacement value, so they're not gonna put that much, they're not gonna offer that much on a claim against the roof. Well, it's a depreciation.
They probably age the roof out, Sheila.
Well, it's a depreciation depending on how old the roof is. Yeah.
So if you had a roof claim, it would be excluded, you couldn't claim it, or
You
it
would
would be.
claim it, but they would give you a lot less.
Lot
Yeah. Chances are it won't replace the roof. And we're gonna talk about lost draft later, but what comes to my mind is the people that need a new roof or need new siding and their deductible is $5,000 or $7,500 or whatever it is, they don't have it, and so the money just sits with us, waiting for them to come up with their portion so they can get this roof done, and sometimes they never come up with it.
Yeah.
But don't we have a time frame in which we can then apply that money to the loan?
Not to my knowledge.
We used to do that.
Yeah, well, we've done it a couple times and we always kind of revert to the deed of trust and what the language in there states, but I think there's a couple of them we were able to do that with.
We don't have a policy, an active policy for a timeline, and that may be something that we take into consideration too, as we look at that lost draft policy. Yeah, that's to come.
and just so you're aware, we'll have discussions, we'll bring this tomorrow, and if you guys approve the policy, we will have some good thinking internally about how to communicate that policy, as it is gonna probably result in a significant volume of work and correspondence with our borrowers. And there's only so much staff to go around, so we want to make sure that we're getting the word out in a concerted way that we can manage the workload as a result of those changes.
When's analysis?
Mhm.
When do you do analysis?
Just did it.
We just did.
We're going through that now.
Right now,
It's complete.
it's complete, so we're in good shape there.
Yes, but then I would assume that we've kind of reached out to the people, the problem children, as it were, you know, maybe the people that could benefit the most from it first, do that, and then figure out how to reach out to the other 5,000 whatever borrowers.
Right.
In a mailing, and maybe put it on our website and wait for all those phone calls to come in.
I guess I hadn't thought about this, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, in changing the deductible on a policy, it's a new policy. So that means policies will be canceled, refunds will be granted,
Correct,
and then new policies will be established.
correct. So yeah, I would have to receive the refund for the existing policy to apply to the escrow account before we do the rerun on their analysis, so
So to get
there's some logistics there to work out.
that language would be very,
Yep,
need to be very concise.
yep.
Does it make any sense to roll it in conjunction with the policy expiration date?
We can look at that too.
It,
Yeah,
it's,
instead of the quarter-
one part of me says, oh no, let's just get it done, and the other part says, well, would it be less work? I'll leave it to you,
Right.
but would it be less work to do it as the policies?
Yeah,
Right,
And that
rather
would be
than
something to
alphabetically or numerically, or,
That's a great consideration.
that
Yeah.
is a good.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're wrapped up on this conversation, so we'll bring it for agenda item tomorrow for you guys' review and approval. We are breaking a little early for lunch. We're gonna resume at 1:15. I believe Logan may have stepped out for gathering catering, but we will have lunch brought in here. So you'll have about an hour and 15 minutes to mingle and eat, and we'll be back here at 1:15, and we'll go for the afternoon.
So I have one question on this. This applies only to the in-house
Yes.
portfolio. What's happening over in Idaho? Do they?
I
set
think
the-
that we would
This is-
also apply it
Yeah, it would,
holistically, so
our
that
loans that we sell to them, yes, it would apply.
And for the existing portfolio over there?
Yes.
It would apply.
Yeah.
But they have to do the notification of
Yes.
the borrower, et cetera. Okay, got it.
yeah, we will only be responsible for the 5850
Yep.
that we have right now.
Thank you.
Only the 15.
Only
Yeah.
the 50. Excellent. All right, well, we'll go ahead and go on mute, and folks online can join us at 1:15. Thanks so much.
So all about this.
Good afternoon for the folks still hanging in there with us online. We're gonna get back started, and to kick us off after lunch, Vicki Bauer, the County Finance Manager, and then some comments as well from David Jones with CSG Advisors is gonna walk us through investment policy update.
So the investment policy that was included in today's packet, is the investment policy that was last approved in 2023. We did do some pretty big edits and changes on the investment policy at that time. And so this time, there really weren't that many changes. It was primarily a few grammatical errors and cleanup. But as far as an overview of the investment policy, so there are sections of our investment policy that are more restrictive than the indenture or state law. The purpose and scope of the investment policy is it provides guidance for the board staff in directing investments of bond indenture funds, as well as non-indenture funds. The non-indenture funds are funds that are deposited into the appropriate state treasury accounts and invested through the Unified Investment Program under the direction of Montana Board of Investments. The non-indenture funds include the Housing Trust Fund, which are the funds that are used in the board's reverse to fund the board's reverse annuity mortgage program, or the RAM program. It includes the tax credit fund used for the multifamily tax credit program. The Housing Montana Fund, which includes two sub-accounts, there's an affordable housing revolving loan fund, which provides loans to eligible applicants for the development of low to moderate income housing, and then temporary, an old program, temporary assistance for needy families, or the TANF program. Those accounts which have been used to provide low interest down payment assistance loans to eligible families for minor children. That's what they were used for in the past. And now as those funds recycle back into the state coffers, they just are part of that affordable revolving loan fund, or the housing.
MBOH Housing Montana.
There you go. We play the name game with a lot of these funds that have been now allocated, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of what we're calling them. All of those funds are currently being held solely in state treasury and are invested by the Board of Investments, generally in their short-term investment pool or STIP account. Under the goals and objectives of the investment policy, it identifies the overall policy objectives of adherence to the Housing Act of 1975, which is documented in Montana Code Annotated Title 90, Chapter 6, Part 1. The policy, under the policy, it lists an investment committee. All board members really are the investment committee. Currently, we don't have a separate investment committee within the board. It's all the board members. So under the investment committee, the board shall be responsible for the oversight of the investment of the assets of Montana Board of Housing. The frequency of the board review, they should be, the items below should be reviewed at least once a year. To review compiled investment reports, review the function of the investment policy for potential enhancement, review the return on assets of the board, to address staff questions, concerns regarding investments or the investment policy, and to monitor compliance with the investment policy. So on the accounting dashboard, regarding the reports on the accounting dashboard, that's why it's so heavy on the investment piece of, listing the yield, listing the types of investments that are held within those indenture funds. And then I can add maturities back into that, separating out the mortgage-backed securities, which are purpose investments, versus non-purpose investments, which are where the board's reserve funds and program funds are held. And then the meat of the investment policy, I'm going to invite David Jones to kind of talk about like the investments that are allowed under the current investment policy, and discuss the policy a little bit further.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Vicky. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, super. Good afternoon, everyone. David Jones with CSG Advisors, municipal advisor to the board. And yeah, continuing on the policy, I think we're on page 3. From there, I mean, there's some overarching principles that are laid out in the investment policy in terms of minimizing risk of loss, maximizing rate of returns, et cetera. And section 6 reflects the primary concerns of investing funds, and that's the permissibility of investments. The indenture allows and has permittable investments that are dictated in the bond indentures. So certainly that's very important to meet for any investment choice. The security of the investment, its liquidity, and then its rate of return are all primary concerns. And, maybe it's probably argued that obviously the legality, the security, liquidity are probably utmost importance. Maybe the return is probably secondary, but all those have to really be met first before return is sought. The page 4, it talks about leverage investments. The board shall not invest in leverage investments, so those are not allowable investments, just to note that. Also, sales investments are limited only under the 3 scenarios dictated there. Really, if there's liquidity needs, if it's necessary as a result of refunding, and then if it would improve the quality or yield of the portfolio. But there's not a lot of active trading. Obviously, there's really no trading, and there's no real sales occurring unless there was a need to liquidate an investment to redeem a bond or perhaps a refunding. In section 9, types of investments are described, and really what it boils down to is you've got direct obligations or obligations guaranteed by the United States. That can include a variety of different mortgage-backed securities, pool certificates. We're talking about Ginnie Mae mortgage-backed securities, et cetera. So anything direct or guaranteed by the U.S. You've also got different obligations and debt issued by a variety of different entities, the home loan banks, federal land banks, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, TVA, Federal Financing Corporation. So, the highest credit kind of entities. Those are all permissible investments. And then you've got certain certificates of deposit issued by banks or trusts if they have sufficient capital and meet all the different requirements spelled out in part C. And then there are ability to enter into repurchase agreements or guaranteed investment agreements, but only if they're fully collateralized and the collateral is marked to market at least weekly. Some specifications around that. It's unlikely. I don't think we have any GICs outstanding, if I'm correct, Vicky. Vicky's shaking her head no. Okay. Yeah, so it's very unlikely that we'll see those in the future. That collateralized don't get a great return, and most GICs or repos or at least GICs are uncollateralized. So that's, I think, the largest kind of description of the permissible investments. A lot of the investments right now of the board that's in the indentures are in money market funds. They're in some Fannie or Freddie notes or bonds. They're in a couple of mortgage-backed securities. There's a couple of U.S. Treasury bonds, et cetera. You see those reports as Vicky presents them to you at the board level. There's a couple other pieces about conflict of interest or authorized management. I mean, in essence, the authority to manage the programs granted to the accounting and finance manager, the executive director, single family, multifamily manager authorized to handle investments in their absence. And of course, the board is reviewing the investments and transactions and returns on a periodic basis. I think you're doing that quarterly currently. I brought up, maybe that doesn't need to happen quarterly, but it sounds like, Vicky, that's working well for you to present that and provide that quarterly. So perhaps continue at that approach. But that was the only kind of question I had on the policy. Otherwise, there were, as Vicky said, there were several changes made a couple of years ago to streamline it, and those were all done at that time. So that's all for me, Vicky, unless you have anything more you want to point out on this.
No, I think that really that's it. I don't know if the board had any questions on the investment policy. Currently, as you've seen from the investment reports that are provided at the as part of the accounting or as the accounting dashboard, there's not a lot of investments available right now. All of our money is primarily money market. I was talking to David about the possibility of some of the debt service reserve funds, that we hold on a longer term, finding investments, whether it's, treasuries or some mortgage-backed securities, either our homes, if we developed a program, we've done that before, or other state agency MBSs that they're selling, as possible investments, but there's not a lot available for us.
Yeah.
But does the board have? Oh, go
Oh,
ahead,
sorry,
David.
sorry, Vic. I was just going to point out, yeah, that's probably the one place that we can look and I want to look at Vicky over the next month or so. There are some longer term debt service reserves that where either the long-term investments paid off or it's in money market funds, and they were earning very good returns, a year and a half ago at 5% money market rates, and they're still fine at 3.5%, 3.6%. But as Vicky said, there's probably some opportunity for some of those reserves to be invested out longer in mortgage-backed securities, maybe earning a 5 to 5.5% yield, and still providing safety, since we know those reserves will be there for well into the future.
Vicky, I have one question. The very last page, number 3, says each trustee and rating agency will be furnished copies of this policy. Are we trustees, or is there a different trustee?
No, the trustee refers to Wilmington Trust, who's the trustee on our single family bonds, and then US Bank is the trustee on our multifamily bond.
Thank you.
Yep.
Please, go ahead. Could we come under the purview or authority of Sarbanes-Oxley at all? Is it applicable? But where I'm headed with this is, I was on a similar board member, well, very different board, but still. What our auditor suggested at that other board was that we continued as a board, we could, rather than have a separate investment committee, which would kind of lose track of itself, as committees that meet once a year tend to do. The board itself, the entire board acted as the investment committee, but that we would gavel out, close the meeting, gavel in as the investment committee, have a short perfunctory meeting. I don't know, it had something to do with maintaining the independence of the investment. To me, it seemed kind of silly, but I wasn't sure if when you talk about the board serving as the investment committee, is there a need to separate those two, even somewhat artificial way?
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, on the first point, our HFA is subject to Sarbanes. Actually, no, they are exempt because they're not SEC registered entities. I'm glad you brought up the question on the investment committee, because actually, I think, Vicky, 2 or 3 years ago, a lot of that was the committee idea was intended to be struck from the investment policy, and it largely was. And Section 4 refers to the board and the board and the board. I wondered if that Section 4, number 1, needs to still say investment committee, or if that was intended to be changed to the board, and it wasn't when this was last edited. Either way, the board is functioning as the investment committee, so to speak. But I guess it's up to you whether to leave that as the board as the investment committee, or just have that as the board doing these things.
I get that nobody can tell what's on.
I don't know if it would matter if we just left it as the investment committee and listed it, defined the investment committee as being the board, or Nathan, would you have?
Frankly, and I basically agree with David. I think the board, given the size of this board, it's hard to imagine actually having a separately functioning investment subcommittee, right? Because it'd be hard to have a group that you're going to get a quorum from. And typically the goal, again, outside Sarbanes-Oxley, but if you're leaving that aside, typically the purpose of an investment committee is just like an internal due diligence, right? You have one group that makes recommendations to the greater board, and then usually the investment committee would recuse themselves from the decision of, like, they make a proposal, the full board ratifies, and then you kind of have this double blind kind of approach, right? Where and it's more, compliance with fiduciary duties, if you're outside Sarbanes-Oxley as you all are. So I don't think there's any there's no reason certainly for us to gavel it out as an investment committee. And I think your language could just refer to the board. I mean, if you define it as to be the board, but honestly, it would be clearer at that point, that definition and that term isn't doing any work for you, right? Like if you're just defining it to be coterminous with the board, my opinion, you may as well clean up your definitions. And
So then, I'll be bringing this investment policy to the board for approval tomorrow. So I wonder if under policy number 1, we just have maybe role of the board instead of listing investment committee there, or just strike the number 1 altogether. Well, just call it the board.
yeah, so then let me get to the exact language where you're at.
It's in section 4, page 2, the
Or
bottom,
what?
under policy.
I mean, I would think if I'm an auditor, I'm gonna say, okay, you have this committee listed here, where's the charter, where are the minutes? Who are the members? And well, we don't have any of those, well, what is it? I mean, it's not a big deal, but it
No,
might be simpler.
I think that it's a good, comment there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Richard's right, and I don't see how, given that we're not creating a subcommittee, we're not doing essentially a quality control or check of any kind. I mean, it is the board functioning there. That it's, instead of making that sub 1, you're calling it the investment committee and it's saying everything the board will do. I think we just, I don't know, I'm trying to think through how formatting works so that it doesn't mess with the rest of your formatting under here.
We'd have to have.
Like, that's I'm just
Board
trying.
member or something.
Yeah, that's something we can talk about that maybe a little bit, but I think just to not mess up your formatting, but I don't really see any need for deeming this the investment committee, and it would only potentially create confusion in the event that an auditor wants to see evidence of investment committee approval of these things. Like, well, we don't really have one. We use it coterminously. Now we could just define it. We can have a definition here to make that clear. But then again, that it seems to not be doing any work for you and only potentially trading ambiguities. So
not to take away your evening or anything, maybe you could suggest.
I'm all yours, Sheila. I'm yours. I got no other plans. So yeah.
Maybe you just.
Yeah, I can sit down with Vicky and we can come up with some
Tomorrow,
language.
and then we can
Yeah.
propose it as an amendment.
Yep.
For the proposal.
And I think too, we have gone back and forth on semi-annually versus quarterly, but I think we decided to leave it quarterly, right?
Yeah.
So I think tomorrow when we look at the policy, we'll see if the red line is in error the way it's showing here. And so we may need to just, with the motion, include those 2 items. Prior to
So is
approval.
it, make any sense that I don't know about that part, that the board operates as an investment committee? Is that a unanimous vote, or is there options for someone in disagreement? It's just a question.
I think functionally, Jeanette, it would be hard for us to have a separate investment committee.
Well, I don't disagree with
Yeah.
that, but I don't disagree with that. It's just, are we doing unanimous committee? Yeah, trying to get into the details of some good question.
I would think that you could say no and I can say yes.
Yeah, well, that's
We're the-
kind of my question.
And the majority would carry.
Yeah.
There'd be a motion and second there would be a motion and second to approve the policy as amended. If there is no second, it would fail for a second. If there's a second, we'd have a vote and it could be voted down, and there'd be a motion for a second to approve it unamended or without that amendment.
That was a clarification because I just.
Yeah, that'd be sort of the procedural process for that.
Are you gonna really vote no?
Vicky, we buy a money market fund. I'm just being hypothetical. It's 70 million bucks. And that's with one institution primarily, correct?
Yeah.
And so if I saw something in here, I'm correct. because it's not FDIC insured, exceeds it by just a tad. That policy says it has to be invested in an institution that has a greater net worth than that which we invest. Did I read that? So I wonder how we justify where we take that. From the safety standpoint.
Yeah, right.
No, it's on the end of page 6. Under item F, in no case may the board or the trustee invest in any one financial institution an amount in excess of the net worth of that financial institution or its guarantor.
So from our policy, that's what supposes is protecting us. That statement. That we have the due diligence to make sure that. Now, that being said, I've never seen financial statement of any of these banks that we invested. So if we're going to approve a financial policy and we're going to put the money there, I think the board should at least see what the net worth of this institution is. And that's simple enough to pull off the internet. But if we're going to do that, at least that tells me that's what we're trying to protect ourselves. That's it. Would you agree with that, David?
Yeah, I do. In principle, yes. I mean, if we were investing in CDs or other kind of investments with that would come into play. I mean, I think that practically the investments that the board has in terms of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, US Treasury bonds. I mean, the net worth of those are, in the hundreds of billions. So I think practically it's all well in line, but yeah, maybe, I don't know if there's something that needs to be in the report just to kind of specify that or have more clarity around it.
Yeah, to me, it's just the money markets, which we need to fund our loans. It's not in longer term investments, so.
Any other questions or comments? So it sounds like we'll need to make some amendments tomorrow prior to approval, and then maybe give some thought on how are we providing assurance that we're conducting the due diligence pursuant to this clause F that we have up on screen. Are there any other questions, comments, or loose ends? Okay, you ready to move on to update from Mina, RBC? Yep. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and thank you for inviting me. I'm going to be doing a market update as well as a recap on your last bond issuance. So feel free to interrupt me at any point to ask questions. So first page, please. All right, there we go. All right. So this is a graph that I think I showed last year. So it's kind of a recap of a recap. But HFAs in general, they issue bonds or they borrow money, the capital markets, at a low rate as represented by the bottom gray line. Scroll down a little bit. The bottom gray line, because the interest on your bonds are tax exempt. So you borrow at a lower rate than the middle blue line, which are treasury yields. And so your borrowing rate is lower than US Treasury rates because those are taxable. And when you borrow money and then you can use that money to make mortgages, which in theory are lower than the red line, which represents mortgage rates. And the difference between your bond fund rate and the mortgages that you make with that money is the spread, which is an annuity for the 30-year life of your mortgages. Because your bonds are tax exempt, the IRS has a lot of rules and regulations, including you need private activity cap, they need to be first-time home buyers, and they set income and purchase price limits. So, mortgage rates have more than doubled since the beginning of 2022. And while other municipalities, housing finance agencies are countercyclical. Muni issuers love it normally when rates are low because they can finance their bridges, hospitals, toll roads, whatever, at low rates. But housing finance agencies, they actually do better in a higher rate market because it's very difficult for HFAs to make a meaningful impact to the first-time home buyer when mortgage rates are hovering around 3 or 4%. There's just too much rate compression. You cannot cost effectively borrow for 30 years and then set a mortgage rate that is going to make a meaningful difference to your first-time home buyers. So when mortgage rates are up around 7%, that's when you can make a meaningful difference. Okay, so moving on. Okay. So this slide is supposed to be a market commentary and market update, but Chairman Bruce asked me this morning, what's the effect of the Middle East? We just don't know. It's been very volatile, and you've seen it in the equity market, and we've certainly seen it in the bond markets. So when escalations seem kind of no way out, rates go up. And it's a little bit different because normally when there are geopolitical tensions, there's normally a flight to quality, meaning everyone rushes to buy the safest asset, which is US Treasuries, and that drives the yield down. This time, there's so much concern over inflation that oil prices is going to affect the cost of everything. And then even the Fed, before the conflict, the markets were pricing in one rate cut before the year end. And then after the war broke out and everyone's concerned over the price of oil, the market was actually talking about a rate hike with runaway inflation possibility. Then, the deadline passed and there was no additional conflict. And then Chairman Powell also said, well, hopefully maybe this inflation is temporary, but we have seen CPI numbers go up and we're just waiting. The market is waiting for an off-ramp to this escalation. So I would like to quote Chairman Powell when he says, nobody knows. The economic effects could be much smaller or much bigger. We just don't know. So, yeah, that is a famous quote from the chief economist of our country. So I would like to move on to the recap of the bond issuance, unless anyone has any questions that I cannot answer. Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Since it involves inflation. What of the inflationary index? What percentage does oil contribute to the inflation in that index,
Hold on 1 second. I saw it this morning. So I believe that before CPI went up from 2.4 to 3.4%. But let me just double check that. So we've had some good weeks and some bad weeks. So at the start of the war, everything, all the equity markets went down. Last week was a good week for the markets because the Tuesday 8 p.m. deadline went and there seemed to be some hope of a roadmap, which unfortunately did not materialize. But so the core CPI, and there's core PPI and CPI, but it just had a modest uptick from 2.5 in February to 2.6 in March, but the consumer CPI rose from 2.4 to 3.3 in March. So we are seeing escalation of inflation numbers. Okay. So moving on to the 2026 bond issuance. So you issued 70 million of bonds, with one of the bonds issued at a premium. And that made available $70 million to fund your mortgages. And then that premium was used to fund a portion of your down payment assistance and also pay for your cost of issuance. Your mortgage rate at the time was 5 5/8, and the overall bond yield or rate was 4.29. So that actually exceeded the allowable spread that the IRS dictates of 1 1/8 spread. So for tax purposes, we are storing the excess for a rainy day or to subsidize habitat loans and such. So in the future, when we're in a market where we don't achieve full spread, we can actually use the excess zeros that we talked about for a rainy day in the future. Okay, moving on to the next page. I know there's a lot of numbers, but before we go to market, RBC as your senior manager polls your co-managers and your management team to see what do they think, where do they think the market is in terms of all the bonds that are being sold. And then we take a consensus scale and then we pre-market it the day before. And the day of, that's when we start taking orders for the bonds, and based on subscription levels, we make adjustments. Could we scroll down to the bottom a little bit? Okay. So we had 70 million bonds available. And if you take a look, the second to the last line is the 2055 term bond. And we had 12.5 million of those bonds available, but we had 86 million of orders. So we were able to lower the interest rate on that one particular bond by 5 basis points. So in total, we had 248 million of orders and an unsold balance of 4.39 million, which RBC took into inventory without adjusting rates upward. And the green, we had about 6 bonds that were oversubscribed. And so we were able to lower the rates on those 6 particular bonds anywhere from 1 to 5 basis points. And it was a very successful sale. And the red line are with a 4.36 balance, that is bonds that were left unsold. Any questions on that?
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next page. Okay, so this shows the breakdown of orders by investor type and underwriting firm. So 26A had 22.275 orders that came from Montana residents, and we require zip codes when those come in so we can identify them. And they have the first priority to get allocated those bonds first. And then after that, national retail, and we had 22.75 million of national retail orders, and then another 222 million and change coming from institutional orders. So we have it broken down on your management team are 4 underwriting firms. And in addition, we utilize a selling group that help us sell bonds to retail, including Academy Securities, who is a certified veterans firm. And retail orders, each firm is kind of eat what you kill, like you get 100% of the takedown fees that are for that one particular bond. But institutional orders, these are the big guys. We don't want 5 different firms approaching the same institutional buyers. So normally it's done, the orders come from the senior manager, but it gets split among the managers, those fees. And only among the managers, because a selling group takes no risk, there's no liability when it comes to unsold bond balances. Any,
what is member referred to then?
members are, it's a way to say, if you have any unsold balances, we will take them, and they put it for each maturity. Normally, we do not give them any member for inventory, because all the priority goes to Montana retail first, and then national, and then institutional. So those get filled first, and member are for inventory. It's usually a good faith kind of, yeah, if you don't have any, we'll take it. But only in the event of fidelity, we actually ask them, we don't have these bonds sold. Do you want them? And we only give it to them if they say absolutely. So it's more of a kind of a good faith, we're going to support your bonds this way. But sometimes when we do have unsold balances, we do take them up on, but only after we ask. Okay. Moving on, are there any questions before we move on?
I'm assuming, maybe right onto it, but if you go to the Montana retail, where we fill, if I'm looking right, 16.6, is that correct?
Yes.
But we had 22 requested.
Yes.
The 6 million or so, that was, they wouldn't take the rate ultimately, is that what it's telling me?
It's probably one maturity had like double than what was available.
Okay.
So, none of the national or none of the institutional got any of those bonds. It all went to Montana retail. And then there was still people who couldn't, there just wasn't enough bonds.
Okay. Of it, enough bonds of a certain maturity that Montana retail.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to some interesting facts, which is kind of a painful reminder. But this is a study done by Realtor.com last year, and it compares the median listing price by state, and they compare it to the median income by state. And by that metric, Montana's #1 in terms of housing unaffordability, which is it was actually a surprise to many many people in the industry, where they kind of think, oh, we've got, someplace like Hawaii, California, New York. But really, if you compare Montana's median listing price, which was last spring, $634,000. And the median income was $69,683. And if you just assume 20% down, and most of your first-time home buyers cannot afford, that's not realistic, but just saying 20% down and a 6% mortgage rate, it just kind of shows the monthly payment as compared to the median income takes up more than 52% of your income. And that is the highest in the country, which is a sad reality here. And the bottom graph below shows the income, the housing price just really skyrocketed during the pandemic. So January of 2020, the median list price was 346,000. And a year and a half later, it rose to 87% to 650,000 by July of 22. And since then, it's been, I don't think that's seasonally adjusted, so it's up and down. And we haven't seen a huge spike since that COVID-driven 18 months or so. And I don't have the specifics, but all HFAs nationwide, the average loan amount, the size of the average loan has increased significantly, dramatically over the past 6 to 7 years. And so even to help the same number of borrowers, you just need more bond issuance or more funding to achieve the same, helping the same number of borrowers just because of the housing price appreciation. Moving on to the next page. So some housing initiatives coming out from Washington. So from the White House, President Trump has called for a ban on corporations and institutional investors buying up single-family homes. And while this is a very popular idea, and it might have been more impactful maybe during the financial crisis when they were buying up a lot more. But in reality, currently they represent maybe 1% of the housing, single-family home owners. So it's not going to make a material difference in terms of housing affordability. The White House also directed Fannie and Freddie to buy $200 billion of mortgage-backed securities in an effort to lower mortgage rates. And it actually did, like the day after it was announced, rates went down noticeably. But longer term, it remains to be seen. So it certainly was effective when the Fed, their quantitative easing program after 2008, as well as after COVID, they were buying $40 billion worth of MBSs per month at one point, and it did keep mortgage rates low. But the Fed they can print money, Fannie and Freddie cannot, so 200 million is a fixed amount. And NCSHA actually wrote an op-ed piece, which was gaining some momentum, which said that Fannie and Freddie could help more first-time home buyers more effectively if they started buying housing finance agency bonds. And that is a program that they had during the financial crisis called NIBP. And now they are suggesting, an NIBP version 2, where Fannie and Freddie would buy HFA bonds at below market rates and lower the cost of funding. And then they can make mortgages to first-time home buyers, and they could be directed to the first-time home buyers instead of the entire mortgage market. So that has been gaining some momentum, but we don't know how effective that is going to be. The White House also suggested 50-year mortgages, but 40 years going out further into the yield curve, it just raises the cost of funding. So it's going to be very expensive to issue 50-year mortgages. So that kind of fizzled out. Other initiatives include fast tracking USDA approval process and also cutting environmental regulations for permitting process for new construction. One other initiative that RBC is actually working on with NCSHA is the idea of carving out single-family mortgage revenue bonds for the need for a private activity cap. It's not as a big of a resource constraint in Montana, but for many HFAs, they don't have enough private activity cap. The IRS gives each state private activity cap bonding authority based on per capita with a small state minimum, and Montana falls under the small state minimum. But you don't have a lot of competing entities, like, now spaceports, but like stadiums and a lot of, housing or, infrastructure, some, healthcare initiatives. So there's a lot of competition in many of the other states, and they have to issue taxable bonds to stretch their borrowing capacity, and that increases the borrowing rate significantly. And that, so although that's not as big of an issue in Montana, for other HFAs, like the bigger states, like New York, California, Minnesota, it could be a game changer because they can borrow 100% tax exempt and lower their cost of borrowing. So that is the end of our recap. I will open it up to any questions that are.
I mean, I didn't realize until literally in the last week or so that Fannie and Freddie can buy tax credits. They're encouraged to buy tax credits. First, I didn't realize they were taxable. Do you have any idea how much they're buying? I mean, this is significant to our LIHTC program.
I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious. They're being encouraged right now, whereas they were being encouraged to buy more bonds. They were being encouraged to buy LIHTC product and put it in their portfolio, which is natural for them since they have big multifamily portfolios anyway. I mean, it's kind of next step, but I was just kind of curious, so.
But Fannie and Freddie, they love housing finance agencies, when they went under conservatorship in 2008. And that's the other thing, there's that push to get out of conservatorship. And when they went in, they had that duty to serve, and that was really to try to help constituents that are 80% area median income and below. And one other interesting fact, who else went into conservatorship in 2008? Britney Spears. And if she can get out of conservatorship, I think Fannie and Freddie can. But it just has to be a very orderly process.
But they're making so much money for the federal government. There's not a lot of motivation.
Do you have a sense of the actual likelihood of success of this last initiative? I mean, are there bipartisan carriers that would push for this, carving out single family mortgage revenue bonds from volume cap?
So we have a strategic outline plan. Affordable housing, fortunately, is a bipartisan initiative. Nobody's against affordability. It's just a matter of where is it gonna come from? Especially, the amount of foregone tax revenues by carving single family out is relatively small. I think it's something like 20 billion over a 10-year time frame. But if we have to fund a war, it's kind of, there's gonna be a fight over where the funding is going to come from. And maybe it's possible it can be sneaked in through a reconciliation process. But it all kind of, we do have some legislators who are interested in sponsoring. But there's just so many things on their plate right now.
I was curious. I know it's like every year NAVL tries to get, certain things moved through, but we have, right, some of those things that just sit on the list that we ask for every time and they never say yes to, right? Like, we want to change bank qualification. We want to change, I'm just curious if this was in that sort of dream wish list category, or there's some real momentum and support on the ground for it?
And it's kind of interesting that it's only single family bonds, but I think there was some kind of we didn't want the umbrella to be affordable housing in general. We will save all that private activity cap for multifamily. And then single family, that's really helping the middle class, the missing middle. Right. That's the initiative that we're.
Makes sense.
And I can forward Stockton Williams, the director at NCSHA, and the Washington report update last Friday. Gave an interesting rundown about this concept. So they kick off by talking about, American homeowners, many of whom don't think they live in subsidized housing, will receive $730 billion in housing tax breaks over the next 5 years. Most of the benefits, the subsidy, you might say, results in lower taxes than most higher income households and generally more expensive homes. And this is talking about deductions from mortgage interest and property tax and exclusion from capital gains tax on home sales. And so they're, countering that with a squint at the mountain of foregone federal revenue, you might see a small expenditure representing 0.0075% of the total. And it makes it possible for more than 90,000 working class families to realize the American dream. And we're talking about mortgage revenue bonds. So I can forward to the board this little email and to the staff as well, but it was a really good read this morning when I saw it come in. Any further questions for Mina before you guys hear about our exciting RFP? All right, Joe, take it away.
We are all excited at the office, not so much maybe for the board, but it'll make our jobs possibly easier, so. Because we have, Commerce has objective goals, strategies and measures, OGSM, and because we are attached to state government, our state IT, SITSD, they just went forward with terms and conditions for any software product that is purchased by any state agency. So it basically scrutinizes and makes information more secure with state government, and especially with our software, which covers mortgage servicing, onboarding with housing loans, accounting and finances with Vicky, and with Jason's group, multifamily. So the software solution that we're going for right now is set up so potential vendors can bid on one or more of the operational areas that I just mentioned. So we're looking possibly at a smorgasbord of maybe 2 vendors that will bid on all of the modules, including general requirements, or we might piecemeal this together with a couple of software vendors that will just, hopefully when we're said and done, that the systems will talk to each other as well as integrate and talk to our Savers, which is basically our statewide accounting system. And so in essence, we've been using the same software emphasis for more than 40 years right now, and it's an Oracle platform behind the scenes, and that has been deemed not secure at all. Oracle's very has a lot of security issues with it and can be penetrated by easy pen tests, and information can be taken out of that. So state SITSD came out with terms and conditions for all software vendors, like I stated before. And in essence, the risk assessment has been done for 2 out of our 3 software systems, because we have 2 more upstairs in rental assistance section 8. And unfortunately, every one of those has not done very well on their risk assessment. So we have what we call as an authority to operate our current system right now. We were given that from the committee, which we call it the ITPR committee, which is basically a bunch of state IT guys that are big and ladies that are saying that we are needing to get a new system. So we went out for RFP. It was supposed to go live probably about 7 weeks ago, but unfortunately it just went live last week. So the solicitation is out on the streets. We were able to talk with vendors over the past few years, at different like NCSHA road shows, things like that, the conferences that are happening. And we kind of know what's out there right now for software. And there's a lot of really good software products out there that, are able to do what we need it to do and probably in a more efficient manner than what we're doing, especially with servicing and onboarding. The current, yeah, like I said, the current system we've had for over 4 decades and it's just outdated. It becomes clunky when we try to fix some issues. Updates have been happening and we've worked really well and partnered with this current vendor for a long time, but unfortunately, the writing's on the wall that we can't, no matter how much updates they give us or anything like that, it's the background, it's their database in the background that's really vulnerable to security threats. So, but we talked with them, Cheryl and I talked with them a few weeks back and kind of gave them a heads up that we're going out on the street with the RFP and sounds like they are wanting to bid on it too. So we'll see what their bid comes in at. And there's over 280 requirements total. If a vendor were to bid on all of those areas, we have a cost sheet that's included. So we'll know exactly how much this system's going to cost when we get it going here. And I'm not going to read like the date and the events, but the solicitation post last week. We did the evaluation committee briefing last Friday with our state procurement officer. So what is it? State Procurement Services Division. So it's not SPB anymore, it's SPSD now. And so we have gone through since last April when we hired on a consultant, we've gone through mapping out all of our business processes to what we're currently doing. And then what we have for a wish list too of what we think maybe vendors could possibly offer us in our future system. So we've mapped everything out. The solicitation is very good. I think it's in a good place right now for vendors to kind of look at it, make their bids on it. So we're looking forward to that. We have this Friday, actually, we have a pre-proposal call. So I'll be on the phone with our state procurement officer and vendors can call in and ask questions about the RFP itself. Any technical issues with that or anything that like them in order for them to bid on it. And then we give them, oh gosh, almost 2 months. So June 19th, we give them that opportunity to bid on it before that solicitation closes. And if you look below there on this, where it has all the little asterisks next to the dates, and if you can go to the second page too, all of those dates there are flexible. We only have to post in the solicitation from the solicitation post to the solicitation closes. Everything after that is flexible for us because we're running in, we have 5 evaluators that are going to be evaluating. We're guesstimating probably 7 to 10 solicitations. 2 of those probably bidding on everything. The rest of them may be bidding on one module, like the servicing module or the home ownership module or the onboarding module or whatnot. So there's 5 of us. It's myself, Jesse, Vicky, Jessica, and who's the 5th? I didn't even think of it. Nick, our IT guy. Nick has been very involved in fixing issues and helping the current software, reporting issues, getting those fixed. He's working on it daily and he's going to be very relieved on our new system because I think it's going to take time. It takes him a lot of time. Like most days, he's spending hours a day just trying to reset servers, fix issues, things like that. And the current vendor, we've been, like I said, we've been partners with them for years and we've had a good rapport with them for quite a while now, but they understand where we're coming from. And so we're excited to move forward. Like I said, the scores we're going to have most of the summer and sometime probably into the fall here. We're looking at right before Labor Day weekend. We're hoping that we get some contracts negotiated and executed. But again, that's all depends on where we're all at with our daily work versus trying to score all of these vendors that are coming in because it's very detailed and it's time consuming for the scoring evaluation committee to kind of kick that work out and have a meaningful discussion about not only doing our individual scoring, but then we have to go to consensus scoring and meet with our state procurement officer. And we go line by line on every one of those, 280 times 8. So how many, figure that out. And it's a lot of work involved with this, but I think with the people that we have on board right now and all the subject matter experts in the background that the evaluators can kind of talk to about, what does the response mean for this? What, so we have some SMEs on the back end too, besides the 5 evaluators. So we're really, it's time consuming, but in the end, it's going to help every one of our groups be more efficient in how we're dealing with financials, the loans coming in, the servicing of the mortgages that we're doing right now, the 5,800 and so on that, because right now there's so many workarounds that we have to do in the current system that we've laid it out there in our solicitation of what are our needs and wants, and then what are our wish list needs too. And we know that some of these vendors that are currently out there can meet those, but this solicitation was built on not just, asking for everything under the sun, but we also wanted it to be, I guess we call it a la carte, to where, we wanted them to bid separately on the modules that we need, or if they want to bid on the whole thing too, that would be great. We would love to have one enterprise system that would cover touch base on all 4 of our modules, but unfortunately, there's not a whole lot out there that is custom off the shelf that can do that. Like I said, we've been to conferences, we've talked to these vendors. There's only maybe 1 or 2 of them out there that can cover it all. But there's a lot of good things. And so that OGSM, one of our goals in there was to come to the 21st century with technology. So, we're still working in 20th century technology. So we're looking to boot that up and make everyone's jobs more easier and less workarounds. So that's where we're at with the RFP. So we're hoping to get some really good bids in and spend the time necessary outside of our daily jobs to score these effectively so we can get the best possible software out there for our staff to work in. So
I think board members have seen on prior ops exec dashboards, we've noted comments about a contract that we had with Frontier Strategies.
Yes.
So that's a gentleman, his name's Stan Drisdall. So we've worked with him to document all of these business needs, create visual process maps of all of our major processes. He's extremely detail oriented and how he helped us put together this RFP. We did have our legislative audit committee last week on the board's fiscal 25 financial statement audit. And we didn't have any new audit recommendations in fiscal 25, but we had one partially implemented recommendation that was in our 24 audit. And this related to security controls and adherence to the state's IT policies, terms and conditions. We didn't have any follow-up questions about that. I let the committee know that the RFP had hit the street earlier that week. And so we are moving, as promptly, but also with diligence in mind. With our current vendor, we had used a procurement method known as sole source. So rather than going back out into the competitive marketplace, we had permission to sole source that contract. And the vendor that we have been using all of these years, they really were one of the first, if not the first vendor that really targeted their software for housing finance agency business. Our staff have worked with them for many, many years. We have good relationships with them. We've recently instituted monthly leadership calls with them. So I'm on those calls and we can get kind of better global oversight of how tickets are being worked and responded to, and also working through some dialogue on how we do change management and new releases and patches, and kind of outlining vendor expectations with them, and then how are we handling things on our end, so we're all on the same page for as long as we're going to continue to use the system. They do have new functionality that the board has not implemented because we thought it was best practice based on the audit recommendations and others to go back out competitively in the marketplace. But we do hope that they respond to the RFP with what their current offerings are, so we can see that fresh in competition with other vendors and then make the best choice for our agency.
Yes.
So many thanks to to Joe, to Nick, to all the program managers and staff. We had, frontline staff in servicing and multifamily compliance accounting that met with Dan for hours and hours to document these processes and make sure that they were accurate. So just want to give a big thanks to Joe for leading this effort and for everyone on the team. It's going to be a big undertaking. We let our current vendor know that we intend to renew the contract with them, which ends this December.
Yes.
Because any implementation is going to take time, and it won't be likely a wholesale one day where we just flip the switch and we're on a new system. It'll probably happen in phases. And so we want to maintain really good relations with the current vendor as long as we work with them and hope that they apply. And then we'll look at all of the new offerings, since there's been so many changes in the industry and what software technology can do. So wish us luck.
So what bucket of money does this come from? I mean, is it commerce? Is it
Board of Housing Agency funds?
Board of Housing?
Yeah, so under our proprietary funds, so
So it's
that.
under proprietary, that's under, that's our code.
So are we gonna write a check or is it a monthly deal?
There's usually an upfront implementation and then some software providers are a per user license fee. Others are based on a per module fee with the annual cost adjustment inflation. So it depends. We've drafted the cost proposal so they can articulate how their pricing
So they
structure
could go
works.
to you can be at $100,000.
Oh, we're well above that now.
Well above
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
And then you probably would also have to get a 15, I don't know, a percentage annual contract. Yes, so they would clean up or add new or something of the sort.
Yeah,
Just
there's
thinking
a
that's
cost worksheet that's included with the RFP that each of the vendors need to
So-
fill out, whether they're doing the whole enchilada or they're just doing a module, so it's spelled out in there, and then when we get to the the portion of, evaluating that, we can see what their costs are gonna be as well too. We don't, necessarily, we wrote in the RFP itself that we're not necessarily looking for the lowest bid to just take that. We said that we wanted the best value and we wanted, I can't remember what the term was in there. But it was basically, a lot of times when you're dealing with an RFP, you're
Most advantageous to the state at its
most
discretion.
advantageous to the state, so you don't have to take the lowest bid. Yeah, so it's, we're looking at the future, for the next 30, 40 years too, of what this software can do, and is it malleable? Can we configure things? And, with different regulations happening all the time in the mortgage servicing business too, it's, you gotta be able to plug those.
So is
regs in there
is
too
it
to have that.
realistic to think you could go out another 40 years? If in truth, isn't it unlikely?
Technology is so fast right now, everything, I mean, AI is coming into play with everything now too, but we don't,
Just some
Yeah,
questions about,
Yep.
time leadership and all that.
It's,
So-
that's why we're gonna take our time, and we've got, I think Nick is gonna be good, and with the program managers like Vicky, Jessica, Jesse, Jason is a SME on the evaluation committee, but because we already have Builders Patch and we've recently signed another statement of work with them, not so much multifamily, but the concentration will be mostly on those three other targeted areas with accounting, and then the general requirements to be able to, the systems to talk to each other, talk to our partners as well too, so to make sure that we're importing and exporting reports correctly. So, yeah.
And we anticipate large amount of cost associated with data migration from our current system. That's the area that gives me heartburn at night
Yeah.
thinking about data migration,
Yes.
because that's where things tend to go wonky. And then state IT contracts are 10-year contracts. And so you would enter into a year one contract and renew for 10 years. And then at the end of that 10-year term, you either go out back to RFP and see what's in the market then at that time, unless you have a sole source or some other procurement option.
So an immense amount of work, truthfully, does it just grow in-house basically? Board of Housing, or is there a permission has to come? It's not a legislative permission, it's not a,
This RFP had to be approved by the budget office, because it's over $200,000, and state procurement. So it went through multiple layers of approval.
And it's
before
already
it
done,
gets
it's already
Yeah.
done.
that part's already done, and now it's on the street.
Is it anticipated, just knowing what you know from the rest of the industry, that once we get past the transition cost, that the new solution will be more expensive than the old solution?
I would say that the upfront, it all depends on. I've seen things where, the upfront cost doesn't have to be as heavy and it can be paid through time. And we've also seen that the upfront cost can be greater, but then your annual maintenance fees and licensing fees can get cheaper as the contract goes. But it's usually, we're paying quite a bit of money for emphasis, and I was gonna do some tracking on how much we paid emphasis over the past 40+ years, but I've gotten it to the past 9 years, and it's in the millions for what we paid them on an annual basis. And I think, Vicky, you probably know more about that than I do, of what we paid emphasis, but I think, we're getting up there to the threshold to where not only are we paying annual maintenance of nearly, the last one was, just to be honest, it was almost $450,000 just for the last year's maintenance, this year's, and we're planning on keeping emphasis on through at least probably next calendar year, just to get through the integration and the migration of that information from an antiquated system into a newer .NET framework. So that's going to be a heavy cost too, but I have a feeling the savings will happen possibly on the yearly maintenance fees going down the road. Yeah.
The thing that screams out to me is the system we have now is not IT compliant with the state of Montana.
Yeah, and that's the biggest
We
worry.
have
That's
to be
what they're
compliant.
talking about too, is there's a lot of, we got a lot of PII in there and personal identifiable information in there for individuals, and that's a security risk, and we can't follow that anymore. We have to move on and get something that's more secure for our folks that are dealing with MBOH, so.
And my hope for the long term is, because we are spending so much time doing manual workarounds and Excel workbooks, that are time consuming, create greater risk for human error. We really emphasized in this RFP that we want, clear workflows, for all of the processes. And so staff, when you log into your customer experiences, okay, here's the things that I need to do today. It's more laid out. So we don't have these things happening outside of the system that we need to bring back into the system. And so hopefully the staff impact and the efficiency to be achieved there, I think you can monetize that just in terms of the amount of time that we're spending.
Am I right or not? Didn't Blue Cross Blue Shield Montana, wasn't there some kind of a breach in this recent last year or two?
Yes.
And and I believe that the cost was very, very expensive for them to what I'm trying to say, so like people sit down to away a lot of lawsuit followed that, and a lot of money.
Yeah, state procurement is very, very specific with what the requirements are. Now that the RFP is on the street, obviously we can't be talking to any of the prospective vendors unless the procurement officer is in that
But
conversation.
I think more that your risk factor as it stands now is big.
Correct.
And that kind of thing.
Yeah, mitigating anything
is
that was a
much worse
breach
than
would
the
be.
solution of which you're talking about.
You are
The
correct.
other thing that screams out to me is, since I'm kind of the new kid on the block here and having the experience on the outside that I have, was the amount, as Cheryl pointed out and as Joe pointed out, the amount of what they're calling workarounds. Not being in the system, taking in information, putting it in a folder, opening up that folder, make it into a spreadsheet, having that spreadsheet feed to another spreadsheet so that I can review it, so I can put data into the system. I
totally hear what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying.
think it's gonna make our
Blows my
staff a
mind.
lot more fair.
Blew my mind.
It's about
And-
automation.
and
It's the
specific-
automation that we're asking for, because it should be, we wanted that, and so we've spelled that out very clearly in the RFP for the requirements too. Does your system do this? And what the vendor does is they will choose a drop down on their scoring sheet, whether it's standard functionality, or does it have to be customized with a little bit of standard functionality? Is it configurable, or does it not even do that and you have to build it? So they give themselves kind of their grade. And then the individual scorers will kind of look at that and be like, okay, well, if they can do that, then we'll ask for demonstrations towards the end of that. That's probably I think that was in August, the beginning, mid-August there, to where we'll see the demos, we'll see what they can do, where the rubber meets the road. Like, we're not gonna just take their word for it that they're gonna mark themselves as, we're great. We can do everything standard functionality, so we wanna look at what they have, what's under the hood. And, so, yeah, very due diligent to hear on with the five of us and all the SMEs on there through the summer going into the fall is, it's daunting, but I mean, in the end, I think for all of us, we're doing this so it eases the burdens of all of our staff to have to continue down this road of, you know, how much more workaround can we do? You know, it could save us hours a day. I mean, and that right there, like Cheryl said, that's got money attached to it. Like, if we can save them hours a day, it could free them up to, you know, actually do some other things in the office besides wrapping their head around the axle on a loan that's been, you know, they're locked out of it, that they can't get back in until Nick resets the server or unlocks it. And so it's all these.
There's a possibility of optical readers too. I mean, that saves time.
Yeah, OCR.
And you have 4 modules, you said?
We have 4 modules, yes, plus the general requirements,
And
yes.
just the way my mind thinks, it would be, to me, more complex and to have different entities doing 4 modules. But maybe that's.
Well, that's why we offered that. We had to offer that because we know who's out there in the HFA world for this type of housing software. We know what's out there because we've seen them in the past 5, 6, 7 years that are on board right now that are dealing with other jurisdictions. So we know what's out there. Unfortunately, we ran into a little snafu with the state's IT's terms and conditions because they're very stringent. These HFAs, most of the other HSFAs are not connected to state governments, so they're not liable for having these terms and conditions that we have as Montana. There's a few other states that are, you know, HFAs that are connected to local or state governments. And so we have to be very scrutinizing in our evaluation to make sure, you know, we give them the state terms and conditions up front with a contract template. We let them look at the state's terms and conditions. That could scare off a few of the vendors that are like, we're not secure enough. We don't have that security wrapped around. We're not FedRAMPed. We don't meet all of the National Institute of and NIST. It's a NIST. So
National Institute of Technology.
yes, National Institute of Technologies. It's NIST. So everything that the state of Montana has must be NIST compliant. And we know that some of these vendors, even in the HFA world, they're not NIST compliant, but you know, we're hoping that they will be NIST compliant, you know, when they come on board or soon after. So we have some exceptions that we can make, but overall, we've got it's a very hard road to deal with right now, but we're going to do our best shot to see what's out there. And if they can do it and they can do it more efficiently, it's better for all of our staff. Yeah. Who makes the decision?
The committee.
The
The committee, the evaluation committee in partnership.
Yeah, and then it'll be signed off by hopefully Cheryl, I'd imagine, after it's all said and done, and then, yeah, then we just. Who's on the committee? So myself, Jesse, Vicky, Jessica, and Nick, our IT guy. And then Jason and a few others in housing are the subject matter experts behind the scenes of the evaluators.
So we're not having to deal with any other state agencies.
No, it is all.
It's all internal. It's good. That's good.
Well, and it's necessary for the business that we conduct and the things that the software has to handle. You know, we're another agency with. They couldn't get us software that does what we need it to do. That, I mean, it's a huge undertaking.
And because, I mean, I'm not saying we're the first ones, but we are the first ones to acknowledge the fact that the state's IT's terms and conditions are out there for a reason, and we're really trying to follow that. So unfortunately, we can't get a software vendor that's gonna not be compliant with all of these hard rules and that's just the way it is. So we're doing the best we can with what we have.
Well, if there's no further questions
Yep.
on our.
Sorry, I went over time.
6 minutes.
I'll let me up. Oh, and yeah, you were right, Cobalt.
Cobalt.
Cobalt,
Sorry.
not Oracle.
Cobalt,
Did
not
I say
server.
Oracle?
Yeah, you said Oracle.
Terrible. Oh, the old system built in like the fifties.
Yes.
So.
So that's, yeah, the background on it.
Right.
So pivoting here, I wanted to share for all of the board, what I prepared for the 2026 NCSHA Legislative Conference. This would be the material that we'll bring to our meetings on the Hill. This has been reviewed by both the Department of Commerce as well as the Governor's Office, and they are good with me bringing these contents. So hopefully you guys will agree. So just kind of running through the approach here, I looked at, what's out in the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, and the versions that were passed, one by the Senate, one by the House, and where there are differences, and tried to identify our highest priorities, that I'm seeing in terms of what would be the, biggest bang for the buck, and then providing some additional commentary on some other, aspects of what's happening at the federal government. So the first one that I've included is the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act, and some provisions from this bill were included in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That included the 12% increase in the annual credit authority and that 25% bond financing threshold reduced from 50% that we talked about earlier today. But there were two other provisions that really stands out to me, and Jason and I talked a bit about this. One is to allow states to award a 30% basis boost for multifamily bond finance 4% housing credit developments. That would align it with the 9% credit program. So giving us the ability to do that discretionary 30% basis boost to support more bond and 4% developments. And also to allow for that basis boost in rural areas and on Indian country. We've seen that development costs in rural Indian country areas tend to exceed what we see in the big seven communities. Getting in contractors and supplies can be a real challenge in some of those more rural areas, even the housing for the workforce that's doing the construction. So we think that those are kind of the two biggest areas in the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act that would be advantageous. The next one is a summary of the items in the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. This is an enormous piece of legislation. There are a lot of really great things in there. I've tried to focus on the provisions that really speak to what the Board of Housing and the broader Housing Commerce Division, Commerce Housing Division administrate and what impact us more directly. The first one is to allow the cap on bank public welfare investments for affordable housing to increase from 15% to 20%. So allowing more players to participate in purchase of LIHTC credit. The next is one that came up quite a bit following the 2022 Yellowstone flood, as we were looking into applying or requesting Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief, the CDBG-DR program. As it stands now, this isn't a program that is authorized on a permanent basis. So every time there is a major presidential declared disaster, there has to be legislation to allocate those funds. This is time consuming. It doesn't help the funds get to areas that have been impacted by a disaster as promptly as they need to be. So we think that this is a good major fix. The Community Development Block Grant Program eligible activities are a little narrow. We would like to see those expanded to allow for the construction of new affordable housing. Right now, CDBG can be used for rehabilitation and some other narrow uses, but this would give us a little bit more flexibility to use those CDBG funds. Reauthorize and reform the Home Investment Partnerships Program. So just a reminder, both CDBG and Home are programs we administer in the broader Commerce Housing Division, not directly under the board's purview, but they are often gap financing within our LIHTC developments. So we really want to see that reauthorization of Home. There's a variety of reforms within that piece of the bill that would enable the Home program to be a little bit more nimble. The next is streamlining NEPA, so the National Environmental Protection Act review process, and to expand categorical exclusions for affordable housing activities. Our developers spend a quite exorbitant amount of time getting through Part 58 environmental compliance, and having some more flexibility to get projects up and going more quickly could be helpful. So we've included that. is a concept around a new competitive grant program at HUD to support state, local, and tribal governments to implement planning activities, including updates to local regulatory processes. So I think this alludes to the pro-housing grant that Montana was awarded, and the Department of Commerce and the League of Cities and Towns are looking in partnership on that grant. So providing additional fund sources of that nature would be helpful. The next was the Housing Supply Expansion Act. So this is eliminating the permanent chassis requirement with mobile homes, and it would establish HUD's authority over the construction, safety, and energy efficiency standards for manufactured homes. Right now, there's a process that was put in place, I believe, under the Biden administration, where the HUD director gets to consult with I think it's the EPA director, and they have to like come to some sort of agreement, and then there's a separate committee. But the more, federal government agencies that you involve in any particular process, the likely more convoluted and time consuming and difficult it may be. Montana has a significantly large stock of manufactured mobile homes, and we would like to see those standards be adjusted.
Sure. So a quick question there. To me, if you eliminate the chassis requirement, a modular and a manufactured become the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's really important because manufactured homes are about 10 to 15% less than modular. Built on this in the same factory, in the same line, only the chassis is the difference. But you have to have a local inspector come and inspect that modular home. Has to pass local inspection, where if HUD's authority is the inspection authority, then you can bring it in just like you can a manufactured home. And it would reduce the price accordingly.
Yes. This particular bill component, staff member at Senator Deegan's office reached out to me, and so I've read that specific component, and I didn't know about, and maybe it's, I don't remember if it was EPA or DOE, it was Department of Energy, so there was like an energy code requirement for manufactured housing, and it well intended, to keep energy costs for the eventual home buyers low, but not thinking about the impact on the upfront purchase price by expanding environmental and energy conservation efforts for those homes. The next one here, number 8, is the Price Act. So Commerce applied to this, it's the reauthorization, the preservation and reinvestment for community enhancement. We unfortunately were not awarded a price grant, but this would be another really good program to support shift to more resident-owned communities and helping with repair and improvement costs for those manufactured home and mobile home communities. Number 9 may be one of my favorites actually, but Rural Housing Services Reform Act would authorize necessary technology improvements in staffing at USDA RD. It's woefully needed. The process of trying to get our multifamily projects to close when RD is involved is slow and painful and takes years. And they really need some updates. I think they have old COBOL functionality in their software as well. So again, those priorities I specifically called out because there are things that either we are already currently administrating or that we've been involved with in some way, or that seem to me to resonate with the housing issues that we face here in Montana. Any questions? Have you guys heard of other things within the 21st Century Road to Housing Act that you think would be helpful?
No, and if there's anything that we should read in the next few days, the articles you want to pass on that much greater depth, that'd be great.
Sure can. And there's NCSHA actually has a whole like advocacy action campaign with a lot of printed materials covering these various bills.
That's
and
on their website, or
I can send you guys a link. It's not directly on NCSHA's website, but you can get to it through there. But I'll send that along. Yeah. All right, so the next section, I really kind of contemplated, best strategy here. Given the state of affairs, to me, the best strategy wasn't using our limited time at federal delegation meetings to try to request additional funding. Things are pretty tough. They're proposing cuts all over the place. So I thought a better strategy would be talk about the challenges that we have with legislation that's already been passed, and maybe with the idea that if we can provide some more information, these could be relooked at or could be given more emphasis. So the first one here is the Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act that was passed in 2016. And here I'm including that we would urge our delegation to encourage HUD to prioritize the full implementation of the HOPMA Act is what it's called. So after 10 years, it's still only partially implemented. We understand that some of the delays are related to information technology systems at HUD and also for public housing authorities that use those systems. We have some challenges now where we are being asked to report into multiple different ways as things are evolving, but they're not fully implemented yet. It creates challenges with our Public Housing Authority Administrative Plan, where we have to have a pre-HOPMA chapter and then a post-HOPMA chapter and explain to people that when HUD finally gets around to implementing these things, this is the chapter that will apply and this one won't apply. It gets down into the weeds of how we calculate income and assets for determinations of income eligibility, different types of allowances for medical or other deductions, how you treat income from like adult foster students. It's really in the weeds, but over 10 years to implement a bill is rough, and it puts additional strain and confusion with all of us that are charged with implementing those requirements. The next one I'll kind of go over quickly, but I think you guys are all aware of Building America, Buy America, BABA, well-intended, but it is resulting in escalations of the cost to build. We're seeing often 20% or more. The technical assistance has been limited, so we've contracted with the Montana Manufacturing Extension Center to research iron, steel, and construction materials and manufactured products to help our developer community. Last year, a project that received federal funds through Commerce to provide homes to families experiencing homelessness lost the opportunity to use $360,000 of their grant because the contractor couldn't find products made in the USA to do utility work before the funds expired. So it's an unfortunate thing. Julie Flynn is spending an exorbitant amount of time on the BABA issue. I don't know if there is hope that this is going to be changed. It's one of those things that sounds really good, but when rubber meets the road, it has some fairly negative unintended consequences. And the last piece here I wanted to highlight for our delegation, we're aware that the reduction in force at HUD has been 40% or more. And we're experiencing throughout all areas of our business where it intersects with HUD challenges and response times in direction, reduced technical assistance, or in some cases not even knowing who to go to with what question, or you submit questions and you just don't hear anything back. And so I've included a few things to highlight for the delegation here. One is, you may have seen in the news, Secretary Turner did a number of press conferences around requirements that individuals served in public housing authorities must be U.S. citizens or have other lawful residency status. A letter was sent out to public housing authority executive directors, except we never received it. The letter isn't dated. I found out about it by seeing HUD's X social media channel a few days later. And it included a requirement to complete this new SAVE report. So looking at your participants in your program to ensure that they have eligible U.S. citizenship or other lawful status within 30 days or be at risk of sanctions. So it's very frustrating to get a letter that we never really got and then have to comply with it. The letter gives an email of where we go for technical assistance questions. That doesn't go anywhere. We get a canned response back. It says, well, actually, we only help with X, Y, and Z technical things. You have policy questions, send your policy questions over here. We send our policy questions over there. We don't get any response over there. Then we hear for the grapevine, well, our HUD staff for XYZ helped us with that. So we reached out to who we thought, and no, we don't help with that either. So our team is just kind of flying blind, doing the best we can with very limited assistance. So that's example number one. Example number two is even to get staff into HUD secure systems to perform work. We are sometimes waiting weeks for new users to be approved by HUD. We did finally get the users that we were waiting for approved after we had a conversation and alerted the HUD Region 8 Public and Indian Housing Authority Director And then we were able to get it through, but it's really terrible when you have employees that you're bringing on board or field agency staff and they can't perform their jobs because HUD hasn't gone in and clicked a button to give them authorization into these systems to do their jobs. So this is just very fundamental impacts when you have a rapid 40% reduction in force. The next is a Section 811 Project Rental Assistance Challenge. The personnel for that program have continued to evolve. We are presently at a standstill. We've made some requests around some of these contracts going back to at least September of last year. And we're just in a waiting game. We ping every week or two. We don't really hear anything back. Then we hear that a different employee has been assigned that, and then a different employee is assigned that. So more of the same. And then finally, we have gotten some official HUD communications about the availability of technical assistance. So HUD staff are no longer allowed to participate in what are called two-year tool calls with us. This is the cash management tool for how public housing authorities ensure that we're not issuing more vouchers than what we have budget authority to cover. So we're continuing to hold those meetings internally, but we don't have any support from HUD on those meetings anymore. We barely receive any communications from HUD and official email communications or updates, including really regular things like when income and purchase price limits when they go up, or even when budget awards come out. We find out about things from trade organizations like COSCA or NARO, but we are no longer getting what used to be routine updates from HUD. We have to go out to their website and, oh, look, there was a notice that got posted 3 days ago that I'm just learning about. So it's hard to get back up to the website all the time to constantly monitor for what you don't know isn't coming. And then finally, just hearing about changes in responsibilities and roles through the grapevine, or when we email and then we're told to go find somebody else. So really the ask here is we would request some meetings with HUD to hear out these concerns, for HUD to increase its official communications with partners and to provide more timely responses. This is just basic. We are at a standstill if HUD doesn't get back to us on any things, and that can result in things like what had happened earlier this year where properties aren't receiving timely payments for housing assistance from HUD. And so we had properties that didn't get paid for March, some didn't get paid for April. HUD has finally come through and paid those, but it's been a little haphazard and some properties are getting the money and some aren't. And we never know until we get the wire from HUD, and then we have to untangle, okay, who actually got paid and who didn't, who do we need to call. So those are all the things that I've included. I'm really open to any comments or feedback on strategy or intent, but again, this was approved by Commerce and the Governor's Office, so I have this to run with at the moment.
Just curious if the Governor's Office suggested that they might give assistance in communicating with the delegation as well. I just think it seems like that'd be a nice conduit to get some pressure put on HUD.
I don't tend to talk directly frequently with folks in the Governor's Office staff. The Deputy Director and the Director of Commerce tend to be more engaged in that back and forth dialogue. So when this memo was prepared, Deputy Director Mandy Rambo sent it to the Governor's Office, and then she had a call with the policy advisor. They actually didn't edit hardly anything in this. There was some tiny wordsmithing on these final 3 bullets on this last page, but other than that, they seemed okay with where we were at. Yeah, I would love to have that feedback from the Governor's Office on what they're looking for and how to better collaborate. We certainly loop them in. I have a pretty good relationship with one of the staff members at Senator Daines' office. And so as I get requests to review a bill or, hey, can you give me some feedback on things? I do have to share those with my leadership chain and make sure that the information I'm giving is consistent with our administration's direction.
Senator Daines on finances.
Yes. Any other comments or questions on LegCon?
I've had some discussions about Bobber with developers. And I made the comment that I've seen telecasts where the lumberyard said, well, it's no problem. which the developers then laugh. Of course, the one yard has no problem with it. It's passed on to us. Bob is an insane act. Well intended, but ended up being insane. And we need to get it needs to get done. We could have also some good wood come out of Canada, because they've got a lot of forests. A lot of hardwoods as well as softwoods. And, you know, they have to have this X percentage be out of the US becomes a difficult deal. So somehow that's gotta get fixed. Whatever the fix is, it's gotta get fixed.
And I think the House version of the 21st Century Act, I think it was the House, it included some language kind of directing HUD to study the impacts and consider sort of thing. But I don't think either bill was a firm like, hey, let's, you know, exclude affordable housing from BOB applicability, which is, I think, what most of us in the industry.
And then as to the problem, the reality with HUD, shouldn't call it the problem, it's a reality. We're not getting, it's again a long time ago, but it was a much smaller HUD a long time ago. My best option was when I had problems and I wanted to get to the top floor, I went straight to the representative and requested that they tell them that I need to talk to them. Then I got to the top floor. But it came as a request from the Congress, whatever the case may be. That got their attention. I think that's more than the governor, quite honestly. Here's we have a group, they need to talk to you, they're your customer, and I expect them to do this. So maybe that's the way we make a direct ask. I mean, just make a direct ask, we need to see them, we got to set them.
Yeah, and we've definitely had really good support from Senator Daines' office. We met with him last summer on our fair market rent study, and then his staff helped arrange a meeting with some pretty high level folks on the public housing authority side to talk about our fiscal 26 budget and offsets and things like that. So
Of course, he's kind of a short timer.
yep, but you never know if the staff stay in DC and work with a new person. So it's, I think, always still good to cultivate the relationships with the delegate staff because they will be there for the longer term. Any other thoughts or questions before I move on to the last agenda item, as everybody's looking a little sleepy? All right, so the last piece I wanted to provide an update on our 2027, so this is fiscal year 27 first half, July 1 through December 30th of 2025. The goals here around, I guess rather than the strategies, many of these come from the governor's office. And so we are provided with the framework under which we make these goals, initiatives, and measures. And then we provide updates back to the governor's office on these objectives. So the first that we identified was ensuring that our housing programs are equitably available to all potentially eligible individuals and developers. And the initiative was to increase outreach to and communication with a broader range of stakeholders and provide technical assistance to underserved communities and populations with limited capacity. And so one of the ways that we're working to do this is by increasing the frequency and inviting different guest speakers to our quarterly housing coordinating team meetings. In calendar year 25, we didn't have a meeting held, but we are looking to have them quarterly going forward. We had our highest attended housing coordinating team call with 88 attendees in December. The topic was on the House Bill 924 and the newly established Montana Housing Trust and our new multifamily loan program guidelines. We also invited Garth Raymond, the Director of Housing Advocacy and Strategic Initiatives with NCSHA, to provide an update in July, and that was well attended. And then in August, we featured a woman named Rachel Roner, who's a HUD-based geriatric specialist, to talk about site-based housing needs for homeless veterans. So Jason and I and team were always exploring who else could we bring into these meetings to have conversations. The one we had last month, maybe it was earlier this month, was on the Commerce Community Technical Assistance Program, or CTAP. We talked about our intent to undertake a statewide housing needs assessment. And then we also had some folks from MSU Extension talking about some rural housing initiatives and helping very rural communities do community planning involving housing. The next one relates to administrative rules. So we had administrative rules for House Bill 924. Those were adopted, and we are done with those, and we're holding the application round now. And then we also did, the update listed for February 28th, so that kind of goes through the different meetings that we had, the different stakeholders that we involved to inform that rulemaking process. And of course, back when I wrote this in late February, we were tracking 15 applications requesting 32.5, and now we're at 25 requesting 60, something like that. So we're working through that. The next objective or mission is around providing exemplary and timely customer service. So one of the things that we haven't gotten to yet, and this is on the deck for the second half of this year, is to deploy a customer survey to our borrowers in the in-house servicing portfolio. So Jesse will be working on that. So that's just given the turnover with the manager position and the staff. This was, I think, the one out of all the items here that we didn't kind of close the loop on. The next objective, and this falls under the strategy, bring the state of Montana's technology into the 21st century. This is a goal of the governor, so we're aligning our goals within that framework. So we talked through leveraging existing and deploying new technology. So in February, our update was that the community housing team, which is the home CDBG and HDF programs, they're all using a State of Montana Enterprise ServiceNow application, the Montana Grants and Loans portal, continuing to work through those. And then at the end in February 20, if you want to scroll down to the next page, the update for the multifamily side is we are fully utilizing our Builder's Patch software for application, both LIHTC and loan intake. And we did just, we're working to execute a scope of work to bring on their asset management module to help track all of these new loans. So that's an exciting development. And then Jessica's done some fun job for us tracking with our new change to the master servicer. How is that? How is our timeline from kind of loan reservation to purchase, and are we meeting those milestones? And have the changes that we've implemented, is that helping to reduce mortgage loan cycle time year over year? And so you can see the history here of lender loan reservation to close date. Take in mind that sometimes this can vary depending on the volume that we have at the time. But in December of last year, 2025, it was almost 17 days from loan reservation to closing. The closing date to compliance file submission packet, so that's the compliance file that comes to us, it was just under 27 days. And then to review the compliance submission, December, we are just not even at 1.5 days, 1.2 days to get those turned around. So the little summary that we included here, from July to December 2025, reservation of loans decreased to 1.67 days. Closing date to compliance package submission decreased 1.44 days, and the compliance package to review complete decreased by 1.79 days. So continuing to kind of really track and shrink our processes. Time is money, so we want to make sure that people can get into their homes that they're purchasing, and we can move through that quickly. So we will update this again for the second half of the fiscal year. That update, I believe, is due to the Commerce Director's Office in either July or August. And then we are waiting for potentially a new set of governor strategies for the OGSM strategy for the next biennium. And then we'll be working as a team to formulate strategies under that new framework. But if board members have any particular goals, strategies, what you think we should be tracking, it's the whole what measures is what gets done. If there are things that you guys would like to see us track in this type of way, we'd be very open to that input.
So one thought I have, Cheryl, is that the Joe's presentation, I don't see on here that we're actually moving forward on the technology side of that implementation.
There were,
And I thought it was in the OGSM for moving into the 21st century for housing.
Well, if it's in there, good. If not, it should be in them. And secondly, I just want to say, this report reflects a lot of work. A lot of effort on the part of the staff, et cetera. So, yeah, really want to compliment everybody that's working on these individual pieces. You know, one of the star ones to me is how fast we were able to get through the administrative rules and get 924 implemented. And even 819, you know, maybe tomorrow I'll ask, but I heard from NeighborWorks Great Falls that those 819 loans are very popular. They're getting those. I'm forgetting the actual name of it.
the Community Reinvestment Act, so
Yeah.
it's the Shared Equity Homeownership Program.
Mm-hmm.
We do have some consideration on what things we put into this OGSM. So the governor has the OGSM framework, objective goals, strategies, measures, and then under the legislative statute, we're required to provide certain plans to the legislature. So if you go to the Commerce website on the about and then legislative information, you won't see this level of detail. We provide this internally to Commerce and I'm providing it to you. But it gets rolled up into a much higher level summary of what the department is working on, and that is provided to both the governor's office and the legislature. So we are sometimes a little selective on what we include here because it is very public facing. And so when we developed it, we may have had some thoughts around, you know, how public do we want to be about a pending RFP, for example, if you know, we don't want to overpromise and under-deliver. We want to be honest in what it is that we're trying to do and how we're going to measure it. But there are some things that are best kept a little more held closely until you get further down the pipe and then share when it's appropriate.
So I shouldn't have shared the RFP at all today.
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, good.
All right, board or staff, any other questions, comments, any other goals, strategies, things you guys want us to be focusing on?
Well, one thing I think maybe should be put in under dividing east and west is the number of kind of the spread of tax credit allocations or the loan allocations or the bond cap allocations, because now we're talking about 3 different items. And just to emphasize how many dollars go to the non-7.
Okay. All right. Any final comments from any attendees online?
And nice job on that. Oh, I'm sorry. Nice job on the presentation to the congressionals too, because I think you covered it really well. It's like just go with what we know needs to be fixed and not worry or not asked about more money yet.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Okay, we are going to conclude the meeting here today. If the board members and staff can not immediately depart after we stop the recording, we'll give a little instructions for our tour of the Daily Mansion. But thank you so much for everyone joining online. And we will get started for our regular scheduled board meeting tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you, Logan.